Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Ever Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John Bishop, Nick Grimm, as usual, and Michael Severe.
Yeah.
Oh, Connor, my favorite employee at 1620 The Zone. It's not even close.
Michael.
I was doing rankings the other day because I was thinking about I have an idea for doing a thing, and I had to do my rankings.
Is this
It's
your
not a bracket.
another bracket?
It's not a bracket.
You were asked to rank your favorite 1620 The Zone employees?
No one asked me. I have
You
some
just
time.
did it.
I do things like that quite a bit. And so it was across the whole state of media. At least the ones I know in the state. I was doing a ranking of the because I'm gonna do this thing later. Don't worry about it. Anyway,
it's basically a media bracket.
It's not the same. Anyway,
It's his version of the Purge.
I had you highest ranked
Of the Zone people.
Yes, several categories.
Oh.
Yeah,
okay.
several categories. So you have the funniest and coolest wife. No offense to anybody else's wife.
Agreed.
By far.
How could I disagree?
Your wife also has never made me oatmeal carrot.
Oh, good.
Butterscotch
You didn't have to eat
cookies.
'em. You didn't have to eat 'em. You
John
didn't
just
have
fell
to eat 'em.
like I didn't know what it was, and then I bit it. I'm
What
like,
do you
what
mean
the
you
hell is
didn't
wrong
know
with
what it was?
this?
I told
Why
you
does this
what
have
it was.
butterscotch in it? How old are you?
My wife doesn't even really make food like at all. She doesn't,
As long as she
she's
doesn't make
not
oatmeal
interested in it.
butterscotch, everything's okay. Anyway, so that dropped.
The
you know,
irony,
dropped
the
John
irony
way
is
down.
that that's the only time she's ever made those cookies.
Good. It's a good call by her. and she makes great guacamole. So I thought just transitive property. It's hard to make good guacamole. It's hard to make good
It
cookies.
is?
Yeah.
Why?
I'm a guacamole snob. You know, living in Texas, working at a salad bar,
Oh, yeah.
being around it forever. I'm
Yeah.
kind of a
What's the
guacamole
key
snob.
to making a good guacamole?
Good garlic. People don't put enough garlic
Does
in it.
Texas have the best guacamole?
I had never seen it before I moved to Texas. So I moved to Texas in 1987. I had never seen guac.
So it's one of those situations where it's the first place you had it, so that is the best.
I think that there also were really one of the few places that you got it. Like, so I don't know if you know about NAFTA and everything. You know what happened with avocados. We couldn't get avocados from Mexico. And so California started making a Haas versus Florida, who's making the Florida avocado, which, by the way, much better avocado, but it wasn't great for guacamole. So Haas won the battle, like VHS and Beta. Same thing. And so
avocado history.
I never got it anywhere. And then when NAFTA passed, all of a sudden we started getting avocados in. And that's when I moved to Texas around the same time.
I didn't know there was a difference between Florida avocados and Cali.
So Florida avocado is much larger.
Okay.
And it is not as oily. The reason why Haas avocados makes better guacamole because it's an oilier avocado. If you take the Florida avocado and say you just want to slice it up, put some salt and pepper, maybe a little oil and vinegar, incredible, delicious. Right. It's like butter. It's so good. But it doesn't make great guacamole, so it lost the battle. You can still find it in some places, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm just going to trust you on that.
I never got into guac until later.
You can Google it.
I'm just going to trust you. I believe you.
You can Google it.
I believe you.
I never got into guac until much later.
Was it around, John, when you were a kid?
No, not
being
when I was a
around?
kid, but I'm talking like probably the last 5 years.
Oh, okay. Really recently. It just wasn't around.
No, you're right.
Because I lived in California as a kid and visited every summer. We went to Arizona quite a bit. The places where it's big now, I never saw it.
I remember first time I saw it, I'm like, why the hell are you eating that?
The
'Cause it looked
popularity
awful.
of avocados in general has dramatically increased.
Have you watched Rotten by any chance?
Over the last however many years.
Have you watched Rotten? I bet Nick, you watch Rotten, right?
I have
on Netflix. You watch
Never
Rotten.
heard it, never
So
heard
it's a TV show about different foods. Where there's one on chicken, there's one on beef, there's one on avocados. That tells the story of the avocado. It's caused wars. It's caused drought issues in California.
Is this a religion?
It's like that. It's very similar. Yeah.
I think we're on the downward portion of the avocado bell curve.
You think avocados are
You think so? They just signed a
slowing
giant contract with like the NFL.
I don't think that they're not. I
They
think
have a Super Bowl commercial every
they
year.
do every year.
Yeah.
I think they really exploded maybe about 7 years ago, where it was avocado this, and this, and now I feel like we just don't hear about it the same. I think
Well, I don't know if we
like a cultural bell curve.
Yeah, if you watch that show, you'll see why.
Like we've plateaued on
You'll
the
see why
avocados.
it went up the way it did.
But have we plateaued on it in terms of it being talked about, or is it become now salsa where it's everywhere? I mean,
and that's
it's
been a
just
while.
more
That's
mainstream.
25 years.
Yeah, salsa. I remember when
Yeah.
salsa first started coming in like
salsa,
40 years
salsa
ago.
just wasn't a thing.
No, it wasn't.
Wow.
No. Well, see,
I grew up in a salsa world.
what we consume as salsa isn't
Taste.
what they consume as salsa.
Okay, it's like
It's
taste.
different. Well, anything that's like a pico de gallo, that's more similar to what they have. It's more chunks of things opposed to our stuff is blended.
Yeah.
This is stupid, but I just listened to a podcast on salsa.
Nice.
Just listened to it like 2 weeks ago. Listen to the podcast called Stuff You Ought to Know.
Nick, can you cut that?
It's true.
I listened to a podcast on salsa.
About salsa, yeah, I did.
It's a great.
It's called Stuff You Ought to Know.
Out-of-context
It's
thing.
outstanding. It's so good. But anyway, yes. So it's not what we know. Most Mexican food we know is not what we know.
Wasn't it because Pace, which was like one of the biggest first, because it was blended, that's what became salsa in this country.
Yeah, and that's the way people were making it in
set the
California.
standard.
Yeah.
They were making it that way in California.
Okay, so
California leads the world, I guess.
what is the best salsa to you? Because people trust your food takes.
There's only one place to go in the entire city. Jacobo's. It's not even close.
Okay, so what is that salsa like?
So Jacobo's is a cilantro based. So if you don't like cilantro, you won't like it.
Love it.
But it's spicy. Not incredibly hot, but spicy.
What is the consistency? Of
Thick.
it?
It's thick. It's thick. Yeah.
It's like chunky.
No. I wouldn't. Definitely not chunky. It's blended.
It's
but
blended.
it's thicker than like a picante sauce, obviously.
Okay.
But it's you really can taste the cilantro in it. I believe they also use tomatillos in it. I think they do, not just tomatoes.
Oh,
Gets
yeah.
that
And so that makes a
roasty-
big difference. Yeah, you get the roasty flavor in it. But it's just a great salsa. And here's the thing: it's so fresh that you can only keep it for a couple days because it'll turn on you. It's that fresh. They make it every day. They have buckets and buckets of it, and they go through it every day. Because you roll in there, you pay your I think it's $3.50 for a bag of the fresh chips, and I think it's $6 or $7 for the big thing of salsa. And you got to
get through it though.
Well, by the way, they don't take credit card. You have to get cash.
Awesome.
And you got to stay in that line.
Love it.
No, but what I'm saying is you got to get through that salsa in 2 days.
That's easy to do. It's really good.
I'm sure it is.
If you really want a window, first of all, if you go to a party and you bring sugar cookies, that's horrible. Let's just move that out of here.
What if you bring a 10-pack of tacos?
That's a great idea, especially if it's a whole bunch of Puerto Rican guys hosting a boxing. That's the greatest idea ever to do that because you'll never hear the end of that. But if you bring Jacobo's chips and salsa, you are going to be the life of the party. People are going to love you.
Can we circle?
Thank you, Michael.
Can we circle back to something?
Yeah.
You said you worked at a salad bar?
I worked at a grocery store and I worked in produce, and they put the salad bar in 1987, and so we had to run the salad bar as well. We had to make the guacamole.
Yeah.
We had to make all that stuff. And then also, I don't know if you had to do this
That
too.
was my first job.
And then floral department, if nobody was there, you had to go wrap flowers.
They would.
Wow.
So I would
It was
go
not
out
bad. I
into
learned
the
how to do it.
store as I was tending to the salad bar and making sure everything was the right temperature and refilling stuff and
Mhm.
everything like that. And then people would grab me in the store and they'd be like, "Hey, could you lead me to this, or could you like tell me where this is?" And I would say that I didn't know, but at Hy-Vee they tell you like you have to take them to where that thing is.
Yeah.
But I didn't know the answer to it because I was back in the back chopping up stuff all day long and
Right.
working on the salad bar.
Mhm.
And so I always felt bad. I was like, I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm
because
a
you are
backhouse guy.
what you're supposed to do then is get on the PA,
Well, what I did,
call somebody, right?
what I ended up doing was I would just look for it and also act
Nice.
like I knew what
Just kind
I
of
was
randomly
doing
walk around the grocery store.
and hope that I would end up at the right place.
I love that. I
Yeah.
love that.
I went
I
for
took
it.
pride in knowing where everything was at the grocery store because of that thing. And then Baker's did that reorganization, and it
Yes.
crushed me.
Yes.
I didn't know where anything was, and so they gave out these sheets so you could find stuff.
When they
And now you have
reorganized
the
the
app.
grocery store,
Yeah,
bad deal.
it's not a good thing at all.
Grocery stores are one place, and I suppose retail stores too, where it doesn't matter if you're Target, if you're Walmart, if you're Baker's, if you're Hy-Vee. There needs to be like a universal map.
Layout.
Like Walmart.
Ooh,
Walmart
yeah.
has a universal map.
Right.
No
but
matter
I'm
where
saying
you go.
everybody, regardless of if what company you are, every grocery, it starts with, for example, the produce.
Mhm. Produce,
And
floral.
then it moves towards
Wine and
the
beer.
bakery,
Yeah.
the wine and beers over
Yeah.
just so it's easy for everyone.
The
And
bakery's got to
same
be
thing with,
opposite
like,
of the produce, by the way, because of the cooling system
Yes.
stuff. They have to be opposite.
Yes,
You just
That's
want
what I
everybody
learned.
to play by the same rules.
I do, because like
You're
you
like
go,
you want private capital in college football and to bring it all in and everybody's playing.
no, I
under the
didn't want
same-
private capital. I just want every, like I go to Lowe's or I go to Menards or I go to Home Depot, and it's all different.
It's all different. Yeah.
And it's ridiculous.
Here's my argument about grocery stores, and it's always been this way, and that's my happy place. I love to go grocery shop.
I love it too.
I walk through the place. I take my time. I love it. But bakery items all need to be in the same place. If it's a bakery type item, if
Yeah.
it goes in a cake, if it goes in something, it should be in the same aisle.
Yeah.
A lot of grocery stores don't do that,
That's true.
which drives me nuts because those should be all together. Like, for example, sugar, flour, the seasonings, all of the cake mix stuff, all of the wax candy, the fruit,
Yes.
all that needs to be on the same.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of places around here, especially, and nothing against Hy-Vee, they're great people, but they have the weirdest layout for their stuff.
Yeah,
It's very random at Hy-Vee.
I dealt with that, and I was looking for sauerkraut one day,
Oh, okay.
and the sauerkraut
So
was in
fresh
a
sauerkraut?
place. First of all,
It's in the deli, right?
it wasn't. It was
Just the
canned.
can.
On a
It was
can
just-
of
it
it.
was a
It
fresh
should be in the
sauerkraut.
vegetable aisle. That's where it should be.
It
Yeah.
ended up being in an aisle like it was like at the end of like the pasta aisle,
Oh,
and I was
really?
very confused
Yeah.
by that. And I
Well,
would,
sauerkraut and pasta really go good together.
but it didn't look like it was like purposefully in the pasta aisle. It was just like they had some space there.
Okay.
And it was
Yeah.
like,
Putting
oh,
it
crap,
there.
we don't have a place for sauerkraut. Stick it down
But I
there.
wouldn't have known where to go for the sauerkraut in the first
It
place.
Yeah,
should
you're
be.
right.
It should be in the
vegetables.
veggie. So we
Should
have
be canned
tomatoes,
vegetables.
canned,
Yeah.
all that stuff, and somewhere in there it should. I think, matter of fact, Baker's. I know for a fact it's that green can.
Green can,
It's
that's
on the
exactly
third
what it was.
aisle. It's
Is that-
second up from the top.
That's the only sauerkraut they sell, right? It's just the stuff
I don't know.
in the green
Listen,
can.
I've never eaten sauerkraut. Sorry, it's not something for.
Put it on.
I don't know how many
Reuben's.
brothers ever had sauerkraut. I've never had
missing
it.
out.
Really?
I've never had it.
We should
no.
get you
What is
some
that? Is that
sauerkraut.
white
I've
people
never-
chitlins? Is that what that is?
I think it smells like it. It smells like it for sure. It smells like it pretty darn close. I've never
I
had
guarantee
it.
you, though, there ain't no poop going through
My
that.
my wife. What have you ever watched? So the old fashioned way of making it, and I watched this on dinners, drive-ins, dive-ins, or whatever.
Yeah.
They put it in this container with all this stuff, and then they put another container with weights on top of it,
Yeah.
and it just
smash
sits there
Yeah.
Yeah.
for like a long time. So it essentially spoils.
It's fermented.
It ferments. It spoils. Ugh, gross. And anyway, that's what they make it. I've never. It smells bad to me.
And
I
it's
don't-
great on a hot dog.
Oh, it's awesome.
I love onions. Fresh onions on a hot dog. That's what I
That's
love.
good
Chopped
too.
onions.
Me too.
By the way, no offense again to Costco, I have an objection to them removing the onions because there's a giant picture of their hot dog with onions on it, and then they remove the onions, and now they only have nasty relish.
Did they
This is
do
not
that
good.
because the owner doesn't want to cut the price? So that was their
No,
way
I don't know
of-
why they don't do. I think they don't want to cut
But
the onions.
It's in the condiments.
Not anymore. It's gone.
They took them.
I was
Really?
just there. There were no onions. There was an extra mustard where the onions used to be.
like a brown mustard.
And you look at the giant photo above the hot dog stand, it has
Onions
hot dogs
on
with onions on it.
yeah.
Did you
And
tell
onions
them
are gone.
That's no
false
good.
advertising?
I
Hey,
complained.
excuse me.
Heartily. No, I did not say anything. I was disappointed. I was very disappointed. But
I
you know,
don't
whatever.
like. I wouldn't say that I like sauerkraut, but I was making Reuben's one day.
I
Yeah,
love
I don't.
Reuben.
I
Yeah,
just threw it on there.
I ate one thing
So
on
you
a
don't-
Reuben.
You don't put.
All
it,
I think I like is the corned beef. I don't
Then
like.
That's not a Reuben. Then.
I know that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I don't eat Reubens. Only thing I like out of everything on it. I don't like rye bread. I don't like Thousand Island. I don't like sauerkraut. I've never had it. And but I like either
You
pastrami
don't like Swiss?
for the Rachel or the corned beef for the
the Rachel is
the
really
Rachel.
good.
I love corned beef. I mean, I love pastrami over corned beef.
Yeah, same.
Ditto.
It's just a
But-
better meat.
I do love corned beef. Sometimes I buy corned beef and I just eat. The
Oh,
corned beef.
that's how I eat
I
it
like
too.
corned
Yeah,
beef.
yeah.
Corned beef.
We were talking about that the other day.
I know this is a hot take, but I think the best Reuben in the city is actually next door at Goldberg's.
Have you had Crescent Moon?
I have.
Have you had Committee Chop House or the Orleans Room
I have not.
where it was created? That's where it was invented.
I thought it was invented in. I thought it was at Crescent Moon. I thought that was the whole.
No, across the street at
It's
the old
in-
Blackstone
it's in-
Hotel.
yeah,
Blackstone.
right
yeah.
Blackstone
across
across
the
the street.
street.
They have a
Okay,
place called the Orleans Room, which throws back to the old Orleans Room from the 20s and 30s, and they have one there.
Yeah.
Great spot.
My brother, my son who loves it says it's delicious.
Check out Dan Hoppin's column because he did a.
Yeah, I think
Reuben.
Crescent Moon won.
Oh yeah, he did
thought.
like a whole.
I
Reuben,
thought, didn't
like,
it? Didn't it
I've had.
I think it
Crescent
was
Moon.
something else.
Crescent
was it?
Moon
I think
was-
Crescent was
Was
up
it
there. But I
something
think it was
new?
someone else.
Was it something new?
Crescent was good, but I like Goldberg's.
I'll admit I haven't
best.
been to Crescent Moon in a very long time. Very long time. Because they used to have, remember Tommy Kalina's? They used to bring food in here. Maybe you remember Tommy Kalina's?
That was before my
Okay,
time.
so Tommy Kalina's was right next door. It was an incredible hamburger place. The guy made the ultimate mistake of any restaurant. He opened a second location, which crushed him. Didn't pay his taxes correctly to close both of them. But I started going to Tommy's and I stopped going to Crescent Moon.
That's too bad.
Yeah, but Tommy Kalina's was outstanding for people who have had it before.
I've only ever gone to Crescent Moon to drink. Never actually eaten their food. I don't think.
It's solid. It's a
Good
good
food.
Reuben.
People say that.
Is it a good room?
We did.
It's a good Reuben.
We went there for the onion ring prowl. We went to 28 places for the onion ring prowl, and one of them was Crescent Moon. And their onion rings did not win.
Who won?
It's a place heading towards Fort Calhoun on the left-hand side. Not Anchor Inn. It's something like that. Arbor something.
Okay.
But it's so you like you're going through Florence.
The
You come
Alpine
across
Inn?
the interstate. Huh?
Alpine Inn?
No.
No.
I'll find it. But they were incredible. They were so good. I couldn't believe how good they were.
75 on the.
No, if you get off at the 48th Street exit,
Yeah.
and instead of turning right to Florence, you turn left like you're going to Ponca Hills.
Yes.
And you go up that hill like you're heading going to Fort Calhoun. It's on the left-hand side. It's past Finicky Frank's. It's past that.
Okay.
I'll find it.
There's a bar right there that people gosh, what is that called? It's like a Cubby's right there on the corner, and then there's like a restaurant.
Well, the restaurant is Finicky Frank's. I was talking about that one.
It's just Finicky Frank's.
Finicky Frank's is there. Next to Finicky Frank's is a card place, like Pokemon stuff.
I like Pokemon stuff.
My son does too. That's why I know where that is.
You said it's up the road from Finicky Frank's?
It's yes, it's on the way to Fort Calhoun. On the way to the
and it's not Alpine Inn.
I don't think that doesn't. Isn't Alpine Inn the place that has the
Yes.
raccoons?
Yeah.
It's not that place.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not that place.
I want to go to
Well,
that
Alpine
place.
Inn's close. It's up the road from Finicky Frank's.
Yeah, no, I've been there before for the wings when we did the wing prowl.
Yeah.
And they had the best onion rings. This place that we
This
can't
place had the
figure
best,
out
and
what
we
it's
went
called.
everywhere.
Now, what kind was it? What kind of onion ring was it?
It wasn't the pressure cook ones like they have at a lot of the old school pizza places. It wasn't like that. It was more of a freshly cut, hand battered onion ring,
Love that.
and they were giant.
Like thick breading.
And the guy put, I'm trying to remember what the seasoning. It was like a Zatarain seasoning on the onion ring before he battered it,
Oh, okay.
and it made it
Interesting.
incredible.
I love a good onion ring.
I do too.
I do too.
Yeah, and they're sometimes, as I tell you, going to all those places, sometimes they're hard to find.
Oh
'Cause
yeah, you never know
yeah.
what you're gonna get.
Yeah, it's very true. Sometimes you find them, especially at these places like Big Fred's or any of the places that does the thin ones where they all fry them together in a pressure
Yeah,
cooker.
yeah.
Sometimes they're not always cooked in the inside, and so you have a lot of flour and stuff in there.
If
Mother's
you-
does the same thing.
If you go to a place and you order onion rings, is that and they're bad? Is that the most bummed you are about a food thing being
Hamburger,
bad?
hamburger. When a hamburger's bad, I'm miserable.
I did have a hamburger the other day at a place that didn't
Was it
taste
bad?
like it didn't taste like anything.
That's
It was
the
so
worst.
weird. There was 5 or 6 different things on it, and I couldn't taste a single thing.
Yeah, a bad hamburger. Oh,
Well,
I'm really sad about it.
It's not as bad as you'll be happy to know this, Michael. I've come over to your side. I'm out on KFC for life.
Oh
It's
yeah,
not. It's not as good. It's not as good.
No,
it's definitely not.
it's
They
not.
try.
Wait,
they
so
give
what-
it their
wait,
best.
What
John
is it?
got burned.
So what does this mean for the rest of the chicken scene for you?
Well, I
You
mean,
just said we'll have to go chickenless.
no. Wife makes good fried chicken.
Well, you've raged against Popeyes for.
I
your
only
entire
rage
life.
against Popeyes because of their horrible service and their tiny pieces. It's
food
good.
is good.
Both of those are lies.
The food is delicious. It's not a lie.
It is a lie. I go there all the time, and you don't. And I know that it doesn't take a long time. It's not true.
Well, I have large hands. Look at these hands.
Hands, I've got hands. But yeah, I don't. That's not true.
No, this last batch of KFC, it's not 11 herbs and spices. It was 0.11 herbs and spices. They moved the
Nothing going
decimal
on.
over. Oh, it was the most tasteless fried chicken I've ever had in my life.
Ouch.
I was stunned
I cannot remember the last time
Stunned.
it was KFC.
because I mean,
Omaha World Herald. They catered our Christmas thing. They'd get KFC. That's the last time I ever had it. They had you bring your side dishes. They catered to KFC.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
That's when I knew they were in trouble.
no, I'm out.
I'm just joking. Joking.
That's a
It's a
wild
joke.
move, though.
Yes,
It's a joke.
yes, it is.
It's a wild
just a
move.
joke.
The Lee's has good fried chicken in Lincoln.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Here's
I
the
enjoy
thing.
that.
And this is sad to say, we've lost so many great fried chicken places in the last 20 years
We have.
in Omaha. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, from Richie's, which was outstanding, obviously Jack and Mary's,
Jack and Mary's. Yeah.
and just a number of small places that made fried chicken have closed. Now, Timeout's still around,
we
but
still have
it's,
timeout.
it's a little bit different.
different.
We
It's
had
different.
Supermercado.
Supermercado's outstanding.
Yeah,
Supermercado, that stuff was
That's
amazing.
probably the best fried chicken.
How about
I've ever had.
Lucille's? That's
Never
my
been.
favorite.
Never been.
Lucille's is Sapp Brothers.
Oh.
And they have the best wings, and their chicken's really good.
Actually, I have been there.
Yeah.
You know what's surprisingly good
Lucille's
is that
outstanding.
gas station at the new gas station on exit 420
Nice.
The
across
Shell?
the Shell across from where I-80 Speedway used to be.
What kind of chicken do they have? Is it
I
like
don't- I don't-
crunchies or whatever?
I don't. Yeah, it looks like it's some kind of a franchise, but I got the chicken strips and I asked for the spicy ones, and they were legit spicy, and they were huge. I mean, like it was almost like a.
Do
Almost
you,
like
so
a
you
full
like a
chicken.
battered wing, or do you like a grilled wing, or you like a broad? What kind of wing do you like? I'm a battered wing person.
I prefer a grilled wing or a fried wing. I will do a battered wing.
That's my
but
favorite, and that's what they have at Lucille's. And they're, by the way, they make you pay for them. For a half a dozen, it's $10.99.
For a half a dozen wings?
For half a dozen. They're good size and they're
Okay.
delicious. But yeah, and so the best way to order them if you ever want to get them is to do the catering because they'll have a whole
Oh. You
gotta get a
50 or
million
20.
of 'em.
Yeah, and they'll be cheaper.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's incredibly expensive. Anyway, so
Yeah.
try Lucille's. I'm not getting any money from them just in case anybody's wondering.
Not an ad.
We were just talking about not that long ago because I hadn't been in timeout in a while, and we were wondering out loud if it was still open. It's still open. Yeah, still open.
Yeah, and remember, so what happened was they had the owners were like, "We're done. We're not doing this anymore. We're going to close." There was a big. Everybody got all upset about it, and
Rightfully so.
yes, I agree. We got to keep businesses like that alive. And then I'm not sure if somebody in the family took it over or if somebody outside the family.
Gotcha.
But something happened where it ended up staying open.
Alex Sindelar has inquired on the stream,
Sindelar.
where is Nick's mustache?
I just trimmed it.
It is very faint.
Yeah.
I guess it is pretty faint
It's faint on the
in the
camera.
camera. Yeah.
I
I can
just
see it
trimmed
from
down.
here. I was like,
Did you ever think about just
I thought Alex maybe got hit in the head with a pitch last night watching the Yankees game.
he and I were sharing some texts last night.
Are you guys
I'm sorry, real quick, Rustic Inn?
Rustic Inn?
Finally found it. The Rustic Inn is where the onion rings were.
Rustic
The
Inn.
Rustic Inn. They also
Okay.
have great fish and chips.
Good.
Good. Sorry.
Okay.
Who won
First
this
question.
game, by the way?
The
The Yankees won. The
Oh, I'm
Royals
sorry.
are eliminated.
I'm sorry for you.
You can't. You don't like the Yankees. You're an American,
I don't watch baseball.
but you don't like the Yankees. You
I
just
don't
know
follow
that's how
baseball.
it's supposed to work.
I don't follow baseball. I
He
don't
doesn't
care,
care.
what happens with anybody.
You
involved
know
in
that the
baseball.
Yankees are the Cowboys, though.
Not as
That's
much.
an insult
Not
to the Yankees.
Not to me. Not to me. No, because the Cowboy. Remember, I grew up in the '70s. You have no
That's right.
idea
That's right,
how
Nobody cares.
horrible it was.
Yeah.
To be around the Cowboys, be around Cowboy fans. That's when they initiated everything with the
Oh,
America's
yeah.
team.
Oh,
It was
yeah.
brutal. The Yankees actually were sucky. And then when that whole thing happened where they turned it around in 76, 77, that
Yeah.
was kind of, I was living in New York.
Yeah.
That
Against
was
the
actually
Royals.
kind of
But
cool.
that was
yeah.
Reggie. But that was Reggie and Billy Martin. I mean,
And it was fun to watch. It was
Yeah.
really fun to watch. It was good. Yeah, but I don't have that feeling. I mean, obviously the Mets lost them in the World Series, so I don't like that idea.
It might happen,
But-
might get it again.
Who else is in it?
The Mets are in it.
I know. He told me
The Mets are waiting
The
for the
Padres
Dodgers
and
and
the
the
Dodgers.
Padres.
they
the
played
Dodgers.
tonight.
They played
They'll play
tonight. Yes.
And then
Okay.
the Yankees
7.
will play the winner of Cleveland and Detroit.
Oh, good for Schaefer.
Great for Schaefer.
Yes.
Do we know any Tiger fans? Anybody in your
We-
groups are Tiger fans?
One of our listeners is a Tiger fan.
Oh, okay. All right, cool.
That's all I
No,
got.
I don't
Not
know any.
I've always loved
Tiger
their
fan.
the font.
Oh, the
old
English
English
D.
D.
I've always liked
The
that. I
old
always
English
thought that was
D.
cool. Yeah.
There's the
like-
horse D in Denver, and there's the old English D.
Yeah, I like the old English D.
I like baseball teams that do that fun font thing. Like the Rockies, that's
You
boring.
that's
It's just a C
you
and an
slow
R.
down
but
when
like,
you say that from now on, okay? Slow down.
what do you mean?
Because you could go to FCC jail. Slow down.
fun font.
That was very
thing.
close.
Fun font thing.
That was really close. Yeah.
Fun
What do you
font
mean by
thing.
the fun font?
See?
See?
It's not easy.
Like the Mets. The Mets or the Tigers. You know, they have that fun little.
Do you like the interlocked ones?
Yeah.
They're
Oh,
very
okay.
different.
I like.
Yeah, they're different.
They're different, but it's that
It's
kind
just
of.
adding the little like curly
They're
Q
embellished.
type
It's
stuff.
not just like the Rockies where it's just a C and an R.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
that's boring.
Okay.
Or the Dodgers where it's an. I know that's a classic logo, but it's just an L and an A. But it feels more baseball
So
to
who's
have something
favored?
like that.
Like who's the best teams? Who are the best teams? Excuse me.
Well, the best team's probably gone.
Yeah, the
That's
Phillies.
The Phillies.
The Mets somehow.
The Phillies had the best record?
Second
I
best
told her
record.
17
Dodgers,
times that I'm doing this. 17 times I told her I was doing this. All right, go ahead.
the Dodgers had the best record this
So the Yankees weren't the best team?
year. In the
No.
American League, they were.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have no idea how. So I watched one inning of baseball and it was the All-Star game. And how is Juan Soto on the.
He
It
plays for the Yankees.
He does.
it blew my mind. I had
Yeah.
no
It's
idea.
Pretty unfortunate.
2 years in a row, I put a good amount of money for him to be
I'm
an
a
MVP.
big
Next
fan.
year,
long
and
odds.
next year he'll be on the Mets.
Why? Seriously?
You
He's
don't
a
think
free
the-
He's a free agent.
You don't think the Yankees
He only
are
signed for
gonna sign
1
him?
year? Or they just took over
He
his
doesn't have a
contract
he's on the last contract.
Yeah.
from
he's
the
a-
Washington Nationals?
He's
Yeah.
a free agent. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You don't
Okay.
think the Yankees are gonna
It'll
jump
be a
on
big
that?
old.
Well, I think
Why
it'll
wouldn't
be
they
a big
just
old
pay
sweepstakes.
for him?
Yeah. They will. But
Oh, okay.
but Steve Cohen will probably say, I have
He's the richest owner in,
I have
in sports,
$500
from what I
million.
understand.
Yes,
Here you go.
He's he's a very wealthy man.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
I
With
like
no
Juan
Ponzi
Soto.
scheme.
I like Juan Soto.
I always
at bat.
liked him when he
does
came
like
in.
a wiggle.
Yeah, I always liked him. That's why I twice or 3 times I think I bet from MVP, National League MVP.
He has
Long
greatly
odds.
annoyed me in the last 5 days.
Has he really?
Yes.
So he had a good series.
No, he just
not
did a
really.
lot of staring.
He drew a lot of walks.
Did
He
love
does do
staring
Yeah, he loves
He
staring.
just walked and
He-
stared.
He loves staring.
at the pitcher. Everybody.
Many people.
Okay. all right.
Everybody was on the
Giancarlo likes to stare too. They all kind of stare.
I did see a clip I think it was on TikTok, and it was, I don't know who was playing, but it was like, it was a pitcher had struck out somebody. Oh, it was that dude who used to play for Baltimore at first base, or if he still does. I don't know. Everybody hates him. First baseman?
Rafael Palmeiro.
That's funny. More recent. More recent than him. It's a good one, though. And he was a Ranger, remember.
Chris Davis.
No, anyway,
okay.
the pitcher was inside of the dugout. He was yelling out at the other guy who was in the field, and he was yelling back at him. And I thought, this is 70s baseball. They're going to fight. It was awesome.
Yeah. There was a bit of a brouhaha last night in the
benches
Royals
cleared.
Yankees.
Yeah, but baseball fights are so bad
the Royals
compared to
game?
what they used to
okay.
be.
Yeah.
It's just benches clear just to show that, hey, we're here.
Is,
we're here. And it's a
100%.
lot of talking.
Is
And
what's
then
his
that's
face
it.
still a catcher?
Jorge Posada.
It's funny for the Yankees. I mean,
Johnny
for the
Bench.
Royals.
Salvador Perez.
Okay,
Yes.
I think that dude probably could fight.
Oh, he's
I
huge.
look at
He's a
him,
big
and I think he
man.
can fight. He's one of those guys, you look at his eyes, he goes, looks nice, but could kill you.
Oh yeah.
He has that look.
Has he always been that big?
No, he was not that big when he came up.
I mean, he's an old man now.
He's probably, since he's been in the major leagues, which is since 2011, he's probably gained.
Jorge Posada was funny. That was so funny.
He's probably
I'm still
gained 50
laughing right now
pounds.
inside. You said that. You remember when they introduced Jorge Posada at the All-Star game and his kid came out in his uniform?
Yeah.
Still, I cry at everything involving kids, but that was like made me so emotional.
He was the one who had the jersey like way down to his
Yes,
ankles.
yes.
Yeah,
And he came like waddling out. I was like,
Yeah.
that was the cutest thing in the world. I thought that was incredible. Yeah.
Okay, so John, what was your question about the
Sorry.
baseball?
was
You were
my
going to
question
say
about
something
baseball?
about the Royals and Sindelar.
Oh, yeah. I mean, are you and Sindelar okay with DeMarinis? Because as the one lone Yankee fan in the
I
audience,
know. Yeah,
because I could sense that he was like just waiting to. Because I kind of understand it being a rare Yankee fan in a heavy Royals market. You know, you feel like the world coming in on you.
I didn't engage. I didn't engage in,
I noticed that.
in much of that last night.
I noticed that.
I just sat there and
This is why I
watched
stay
it
off
happen.
Twitter when my teams are in the playoffs. I just
probably for the
or
best.
have them all muted. You wouldn't hear it anyway.
Well, I do that.
or just don't watch baseball.
I do
That's
that
Michael
too.
Oh, you
Severe.
can still watch baseball if you want. But I muted. I made sure I muted everything. So occasionally he'll do stuff where he'll post things that doesn't have anything in it, but it's a picture.
I will.
You do that.
I do.
Trying to avoid my muting.
I do that.
Sure.
That's definitely why I do it.
I know it's
too,
why you
to
do
get
it.
around
I know
your
why you
mute
do it. I know why
algorithm.
you do it. Don't fake it. I know why
Can't
you do
mute
it.
pictures, not
Can't
yet
mute the
anyway.
pictures. Not yet. No.
So you famously don't care about the Mets anymore.
I don't care about baseball anymore.
How
I'm narrow it down.
do you know anything about the Grimace thing?
So
The Mets?
you told me about it
Okay.
about 2 months ago in August.
Yes.
You
Yeah,
told me
when
about
he
it
was here in August.
So last week I'm listening to, as I do, a football podcast about gambling, and
Wish
they
you
went
could
into
have
this,
muted it.
they went into this entire thing about the Grimace. So I now know what you're talking about. And then I saw a thing on Twitter yesterday where he got off the 2 days ago on the 7 train, and he
did.
comes jumping off, and I'm like, it's Grimace from them. Oh, okay, yeah, that's what
The
Grim was talking about. But I
Those
don't know the
guys.
whole real story
He's got his own seat now.
at City Field.
Uh-huh.
Oh, good for him.
It's the Grimace
That's got to be
seat.
like more than one
I
seat.
thought just people
No,
just
it's just
randomly
one
dressed
purple
up as
seat.
him.
Why the kids? I saw a bunch of kids
Yeah,
in that picture.
but-
Yeah,
a lot of people just
they were
dress
all
up
running
as him.
off the train together.
Michael,
No.
in your Mets fandom, did you ever have any interactions with the fine folks from the 7 line?
I went to a lot of games in my lifetime.
Really?
Even I took the kids to an entire. It was the Miami game for the first game, and the next 2 were against the Cubs. When Reyes came back, remember when
Yeah.
Reyes came back from that?
Yeah.
We went to that, and Giancarlo hit a giant home run off of the facade, and I took them. And at the very end of it, the only thing they really loved about it was that they gave them a little Lego of a couple of Mets players.
Oh,
that's all they.
cool.
Nick would love
We
that.
were in a luxury.
would.
We're in a luxury box where we get everything possible you could possibly imagine. All the food you want, shakies, everything, and they just
Kids got a Lego.
they got a Lego. That's all I think about.
I would love a Mets Lego.
It
That
was
sounds
good.
awesome.
My
One was-
first
it was
ever
sn-
game was at my first ever MLB game was at Shea Stadium.
Really?
Yeah, I was
How
just
long ago was
looking. It was in like
Well, and you're still a baseball fan. I'm stunned.
apparently, and I was looking through these photo albums over the summer, and my parents had saved all these ticket stubs, and that was we figured out that was my first game. It was in '94 or something like that,
How old were you?
wow.
and I was 2.
Oh,
You're born in 1992.
I was born in 1992.
That's
Yeah.
depressing.
Sorry.
90s baby.
Yeah. Well, yeah. All right.
I
Let's
was
do
born
it.
in 97.
Children.
So, and then I
what we
went.
call
I
them.
went and found the box score from that game.
Mhm.
Deion Sanders was
Oh.
the leadoff hitter for the Atlanta Braves. That
Oh
day.
wow! Yeah, I saw him
He's-
quite a
he's
bit.
throwing
when
water on McCarver.
Not that time.
Coach
They,
Prime's
they
always
kept
been there.
talking about how the Mets broadcasters kept talking about how flashy he was. And
Well,
all this
McCarver
stuff.
probably was still in the booth at that
It
time.
wasn't.
For the Mets.
It was. They were local,
right, but McCarver
he
used to
did
do the
some Mets.
games for the Mets.
Yeah, he did
I
some
don't
Mets.
think it was.
Have you dug
Maybe he
in
had
to try
left
to
by
find
then.
the radio or TV broadcast from that game?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
I tweeted a whole bunch of stuff out of it from
That's awesome.
Michael. Probably blocked
They
it.
were I didn't see it. I listening to Bill Simmons and Cousin Sal talk
It's
about
like Josh never left.
the home run that was hit by Polar Bear, right? And
Pete Alonso.
he said to me, he goes, greatest home run by the Mets in my lifetime. I don't know how old Cousin Sal is, but he had to be around
He was there for
when
86.
Nails hit it in the Houston series. I have the DVD of the 14 inning game. There were bigger home run. I mean, that's a big home run. I'm sure it's great
Right.
and it's wonderful, but nothing like what it was in '86.
We tend
in
to
that
be
series.
prisoners at the moment.
Yeah, I was like,
Oh,
what are
of
you
course.
talking about?
Of course. Of course they are. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
I get, when it
Usually
happens
the
to-
old
Well,
guys
and
though
didn't-
will be like, "Well, it was way better in
but-
the '80s."
But didn't Piazza hit a home run in the first game back from 9/11?
Yes.
he did. Yep,
Yes.
dead center.
And the place went berserk.
Went nuts. Yep. Yeah.
So, yeah.
But the best moment from that series still though is the broken bat.
From the Subway series.
Clemens, yeah.
Yeah.
That's still
We were just talking about that today.
It's ridiculous. So ridiculous.
Maybe a little roid rage.
Yeah, you think?
Maybe.
Maybe a
Just
little bit of that from
just
both of
a
them.
skosh.
Maybe from both of them. That's right.
Just a
From
skosh.
both of them. Imagine how big. Remember how big people were? I just mentioned Nails.
were
That's when
huge.
Nails was little.
It was
before he got
amazing.
giant.
Yeah.
Thanks for got so
Yeah.
big. But like everybody. Howard Johnson went from being a little old. I'm a middle infielder, third baseman, and now I'm giant.
Yeah.
It was incredible.
Last night I showed my girlfriend the side by side of Barry Bonds.
That's a good one.
That is a really
And the
good
scary
one.
part's the head.
Oh.
How much bigger his head got?
Yeah, because I made
Three cap sizes.
I made a comment, and I'm not saying that this is the case. It just reminded me of it when I saw Salvador's head. Like, he looks a little roid heady. And she's like, "What does that mean?" So then I had to show her.
Yeah.
He's always had a big head.
Yeah, he's just
his
old.
body just got
He's-
bigger.
he's old.
Yeah, he's old.
Big
He's getting
head guy.
old.
Yeah.
You know.
He's an old man. That's all.
Love
Right.
that guy. My guy.
So sorry about your loss.
That's
You
all
know,
right. We will. We'll be okay.
I still, dislike you greatly. But
I'll let you know when the Mets get in the World Series.
I appreciate that. The last one I remember was
You won't
obviously
need to tell him. He's
against
there.
you.
He's already there in spirit.
against the Kansas City
15,
Royals. Yeah.
yeah.
That was brutal because I'll never forget handing out candy on Halloween and having to deal with trying to watch the game and these little bad kids coming in.
So that would have been Game 1.
Yes, with
Yes.
the home run that wins the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. How brutal that was? Ding, ding, go away.
That's not cool. I would not have liked
part?
that.
Which part?
I would not have been available.
It was
to
really
answer
tough.
the
Well, my
door.
wife would take the kids and they would go
Yeah.
because
I lived in an apartment at the time. I was
Leave a
alone.
bowl
you were
of
good.
I was
candy out
so
at that
thankful
point.
that the World Series,
you
that-
can't
that,
live
the,
a bowl of candy.
that the 16 World Series, their day off was Halloween.
Oh, yeah.
There's
that's-
no way I would
People
have
come from
tolerated
all
that.
over the city to our neighborhood. It's
Mm.
ridiculous. Morton Meadows, people. We got good candy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can't live the. Can't
You
leave
got the
bowl
full
out
size
there.
candy bars.
We have some. Yeah.
Oh.
We do a lot of good candy. Yeah. And we also do non-candy items for kids who are have allergies.
Oh, like apples.
No, like toothbrushes
Here's some
and toys.
raisins.
No, toys, stuff like that. Stuff that you know they can't have allergies towards.
Mhm.
So you have an allergy bucket of stuff.
Mm,
Yeah. I know.
very inclusive.
Pick
Michael.
an
We try
allergy.
to help.
Allergy bug.
We try to help. Yeah.
All
Pick
right.
an allergy
All
bucket.
right. Well, enjoy the bye week, off week, idle week, whatever you want to call it.
Enjoy
will.
your bye.
I will. Did you hear my piece of advice for everybody?
I did.
Clean out your car. Clean your car.
I did it last week.
It'll make you feel incredible.
Did it last
Well,
week.
I've already got plans for this week. I've got some lawn work to do.
Hold on a second.
Clean your
It's
car.
the best weekend of football from the beginning to the end that
It
we've had all year. That's all you should be doing. Is
wake up
watching
early.
football.
Wake
But
up
the
early.
The 11 o'clock window is
No. I heard you say that. That's not true.
It's not
There
as,
are- there
it's
are
not as
Three
good.
outstanding
Iowa,
games.
Washington.
That's going to be a good
It's gonna
game.
be a good game.
That's going to be a very. I
It
think
will be.
Iowa wins. I think it'll be a very good game.
I have.
Go Hawks.
That's why I have my
No.
radio. I'm gonna
You can't listen to
to
multiple games on the. if
I
you do
just
that,
need
sorry,
to pick
rah,
one.
rah, rah, rah.
I just need to pick one.
That's
That'd be very
basically what we're
difficult.
doing right
Just gonna
now.
pick
Yes.
one. Just
No,
gonna
I
pick
would.
one.
I like to have all the 4 screens up and the other TV up. No, this is awesome. The best weekends
Good
is
weekend.
when your NFL team's on a bye and or your college team's on a bye. It's the best because you watch everything else.
Stress free.
Well, Nebraska and the Rams are both on a bye. It's a perfect week to get
Perfect
some
for
work
you.
done.
But I'm watching everybody else. I'm excited to watch everybody else all the way to
Clean out your
9:15
car.
at night, where that's going to be a great game at the end of the day.
Colorado
I know.
K-State.
I know.
Yeah. It's a
It's got to
wonderful
get
day.
done, man. It's got to get done.
You have kids. You have 2 boys. Put them to work
Sam is.
My kids have been mowing
Sam's
the lawn
working weird hours
for
now.
years. My kids have been mowing the lawn for years. I haven't mowed the lawn in 7-8 years, at least. Yeah, right. Yeah, Miles
Maybe-
started mowing
Maybe
at
you'd
11.
appreciate baseball
At
more if
11
you
years
mowed the
old.
lawn.
Well, I got away from that. So
All right, boys.
All right.
See you
ya.
later. Bye,
That's Connor
Connor.
Happer.
Bye,
It is a
Connor.
Grum. It's a One Beer Friday. And Michael obviously is in for Josh, who is off to Chicago.
running. He
Six-
was running.
16-20 in the zone. Well, there may not be a Nebraska game to prepare for, but the calendar is still the calendar. There's still 7 days a week, and the 5th day of the week, days, is a Friday. That means it's a great night for football.
ABC Sports presents CFA Football. A contest for number 1 in the nation between the Texas Longhorns and the Oklahoma Sooners. The kick is up. It is up. And time runs out. And it's a 15-15 tie.
You can feel it in the air, like lightning on the edge of the night. The Sooners are on top in the Cotton Bowl. You can feel it everywhere, but the party time all over tonight.
Pat Fischer really put the smackaroo on.
Friday night's a great night for football. Ellinger into the end zone. Touchdown, Texas. Friday night's a great night for football.
Boy, that kid is always where he's needed.
It's gonna be a hell of a fight. We got a fight down the football line.
They got him again. They got him inside the 10-yard line.
Oh, everybody needs full body contact once in a while. They'll toss it wide. There's that race car in. A checkered flag toward the team. The Germans hit to run wild. Friday night, a great night for football.
He's down to the 10 to 5. Touchdown.
Ready to do it. Friday night, a great night for football. Touchdown! Victory lap and the thing down through. It's gonna be a hell of a fight. We got a fight down the football line. Dylan Gabriel, a legacy-making drive. In this prime time zone.
Touchdown, Quinshon Judkins.
Every time there's a Stewart, touchdown. In the seats, the 50-yard line. Baker Mayfield does it. Behind a good time.
Pat Fischer takes the ball, and he takes it off beautifully. He's going to throw. He's got Dillard clear, and he's caught him on the 25. He's in for the touchdown. I think that ought to stifle a lot of people who say this kid Pat Fischer can't play quarterback.
Friday night's a great night for football. The countdown is time. We're ready to do it. Friday night's a great night for football. Sit back and relax and let's get down to it. It's gonna be a hell of a night.
The football gods blessed us with an off week that still has some of the best games of the season, all concentrated on one day.
No, don't forget about tonight. Don't forget about tonight. Tonight's the biggest game in the state for the whole season. Until we get to postseason.
Who dat? The biggest game for the state?
Yes, by far. This season is tonight. Come on, man. Elkhorn South and West Side.
Fremont and Columbus already played.
Elkhorn South and West Side.
Fremont and Columbus already played.
Elkhorn South and West Side, bro. The teams that actually win championships. That's who's playing. That's who's playing tonight. It's huge, man. It's gonna be fun. I'm going tonight.
Well, I hope everyone enjoys.
I'm sure they will.
They should. Welcome to the Grum, everybody.
Yay!
This is
Friday.
One Beer Friday, brought to you by Cross Rain Brewing. A little bit later on, but Michael is in for Josh, who's off to Chicago.
He was running.
We got lots to come today on the Roofery's Grum Down, brought to you by the Roofery's at John Higgins Weather Guard. The Yankees move on. Cleveland lives to see another day, but they live to see Tariq Skubal, the best pitcher in baseball right now. So good luck with that, but that's tomorrow. Frisco comes heavy in Seattle. That's a Sopranos line. We'll explain in a moment.
I got it.
Michael, 2 months. No, what is this? This is October. 2 months ago.
Yeah, August 15th.
Was here in place of Josh, and we did some predictions. He did some predictions. I did some trends. We're going to look back on those and see how it's trending halfway through the season.
Nice.
Ken's Movie Club, A Nightmare on Elm Street.
It's classic. It's truly what horror movies are supposed to be about.
I did not realize it was in the it was put into the what is it called, the preservation, what do they call that? Oh my gosh, the Film Preservation Society.
Oh, okay. I know it's one of AFI's greatest horror films.
One of those.
It should be. It's exactly what you need from a horror movie.
Yeah.
It's one that makes you, when you go to sleep, be afraid of going to sleep. It's the perfect horror meal.
I mean, it helps that
and that's what it did.
It helps that, it was about people getting
dreaming.
killed when they
Right.
were in their sleep.
Exactly.
We got Oregon State. I'm sorry, OSU. There's so many OSUs.
There are.
Ohio State, Oregon,
Yep.
Texas, Oklahoma,
Yep.
Ole Miss, LSU, and a whole lot more. National Film Registry. Thank you, Josh Hodgson.
Nice.
NFL, Washington, Baltimore, Detroit, Dallas, Chargers, Broncos, Tampa, New Orleans, and a lot more there. We'll look at some of those games. Speaking of high school football, Lincoln High waves the white flag down 63-0.
I am
Did you see this story?
so in favor of this. I have watched Benson and South. It's horrible to watch. It's sad to watch.
It is.
Even Central 2 years ago, when they had nothing, playing against Elkhorn South with Maverick Noonan and all those guys, it was scary to watch. I thought guys were going to get hurt.
It is a cross-strain one beer Friday, and because it is Friday, we don't have any keys to the game because there's no Husker game, but we do have predictions.
Oh, no
Nice.
key party.
No key party.
We do a
this
key
week.
party every week, Michael.
I love a key party. Have you ever been to a key party? No, you've never been to a key party. Never mind. Oh, we also had nut and screw parties where you had to pull the screw out of the one thing and then the nut was in the other one. You had to match up with someone.
Oh, so they're different.
They were different sizes.
Okay,
Yeah, they're different sizes.
It's like, how do you know
No, they
which
were
nut
definitely-
goes which
they were
screw?
definitely-
Imagine how much easier life would be if we could have had the ability to do
Yes,
that.
it was definitely
Be a
different.
lot less disappointed people. in the
I
I
world.
bet that makes mingling a little easier. You have to talk to someone. It's like,
Yeah.
is
Let
this your
me
nut?
see your nut. Yeah, exactly. That was kind of a phrase that you used. Yeah.
402-951-1620. It's the 42 Degrees of Source hotline.
It was
by
the
your mom's
80s.
house.
Leave me alone.
I don't right. This must have been where you were thing because I'd never heard of those.
When did you go to college?
Well, in the 90s.
Yeah, I started college in the 80s.
All right. Well,
Yeah,
they must
it's
have
a little different.
they must have banned it by that point or
I
something.
don't know if they did that or not.
Or maybe it was just a Sam Houston State thing.
No, I didn't get to Sam. Remember, I went to I did like you.
That's right.
I went to community college.
Right.
Did miserably. Went to the Army. Came back. Finished at community college, and then went to Sam Houston State.
Okay.
It was an 8-year process.
As it is for most of us, whether it's one school or three schools, it doesn't matter.
Yep.
JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620 or Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com. If you want to join us last night, the Frisco Niners, as I said, they came heavy.
They did what they're supposed to do.
If you remember,
Yep.
remember from The Sopranos,
I've never
when
seen it.
Uncle Junior and Tony have their first big feud, and Junior says, "You come heavy or you don't come at all,"
Yeah.
which meant Tony needed to come armed.
Packing.
The 49ers last night, and I'm trying to remember, the final score is what, 36-26 or something like that. I
Yeah,
don't
once
remember.
Mason got injured and I was going to get that every time touchdown, I was kind of out of it.
Yeah, but the 49ers, obviously an injured ball club, not as healthy as they were expected to be. They used 21 personnel on nearly half of their plays, and on those plays gained 317 yards and 2 touchdowns. It's the most such yards in a game by any offense in the next-gen stats era since 2016.
The most by any in a 21 personnel?
In the 21 personnel.
Okay, yeah.
In the 21 personnel.
Yeah.
They averaged 11 yards per play and a 61% success rate in the plays they ran in 21
I'm assuming
personnel.
the last touchdown by the Taylor kid, that was a long one out of 21 personnel. That helps with the average.
The
last long run?
Yeah, well, the last long run got them to scoring range, and then was it Juszczyk, I think, scored the last touchdown.
Yeah, and then they jumped up in the arms of their wives.
Yes, they did.
Beautiful thing.
But, it was impressive last night watching them against Seattle. Seattle gave them a good run. We had a kickoff return
It
for a
was a
touchdown.
76-yard run.
The dynamic kickoffs worked.
It was very nice.
We
yes.
got one for a touchdown.
He had a 30-yard return, a 29-yard return with a fumble, and one for a touchdown. He was all over the board, and he also had one to like the 11. He was all over the board.
You might need to move the Jet Awards to the NFL to just now that you have a candidate again.
We now have, for the first time this season, a guy who has 2 returns for a touchdown. He was our returner of the week this past week because he's got his second return of the year for a touchdown.
Was that kind of the last pillar we were waiting for to see if this new kickoff system would work? Is if we could still have returns for touchdowns?
That's what the idea behind
the
this
idea was to
Right.
encourage more returns.
Yeah,
So
they got to
we
make it more,
haven't.
though. They just got to make it more. They either got to, like you said, move it back,
I think they
kick
move
off
it
from the
back.
25, or incentivize it even more. That got to bring it out, or excuse me, make it worse for the person kicking off.
Right,
if you
just
kick
to
in the
knock
end
it
zone.
through the end
If you
zone.
knock in the end zone, they're going to the 35. Well, we don't give it the ball to 35, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the easiest thing is to move them back.
Makes sense. It makes sense.
But we did have last night a muffed punt that should have been
Yeah, that was brutal. I don't know how they even.
that should have been a 49er ball, and they went to replay, and they did not overturn it. And all of us were at home who were watching could see the finger. I mean, the ball comes down, and the finger, you can
Yeah, I thought
clearly
live
see the
because the
finger
ball
move.
turned.
Right,
Live, I didn't see his finger, but the ball turned.
right.
That's all it
But
takes.
this was, did you get you have the audio here, Nick? This was last night. So they, after the play's over, the drive has kind of gone on. Al Michaels goes back to Terry McCauley, the officials analyst. And I couldn't believe it when I heard this. You got it? Did you not? I sent you. I thought
You did. I did not upload it. I'm so sorry. You know what? Let me do that.
I couldn't believe it when he said this.
when he said this, he said nothing.
He said silence. That's
I'm
amazing.
so sorry.
That's incredible.
I didn't even see that.
I thought I heard what McCauley said. I didn't think it was that. I must have misheard him.
Well, but it was the admission. It was the admission that blew me away. So don't worry about it, Nick.
I got it now.
Oh, you have
Okay,
it. All right, here it is. So here was Terry McCauley. He was explaining
Yeah.
why what we saw at home, what looked like an obvious touch,
Right.
was not deemed a touch.
Wow. So technology beat us.
How is that possible?
I don't have any idea how that's possible. They're supposed to get extra angles that we don't have.
Yes, they're
They
supposed
say
to
that
get
every week.
everything.
Every week they say they have angles that we don't see. Every week they say that.
I looked it up. There are 190 million subscribers to Prime.
Mm-hmm.
190 million.
Right.
The NFL's not one of them. The NFL
They
Replay
couldn't watch
Center
it.
is
They
not
couldn't
one of
watch-
them.
That's funny. Yeah.
It's like they could have been
Yeah.
all sitting there watching their thing, and all of a
Yeah.
sudden, dude walks in, knocks on the window, and says, "Hey, look up here."
Look at this one. Look at it. It's in the stadium.
How
I wonder
is
if I wonder if they showed it in the stadium, because a lot of times they don't do that. They won't show it in the stadium
now
sometimes.
they have certainly changed the procedure. I mean, we now see replays like at Memorial Stadium.
Sometimes we won't until after it's decided.
But occasionally
We get
will.
we get the music during the time and some
Yeah.
funny video, but they won't show us until it's actually decided. But that was a situation where everybody sees it. The referee had to see the ball. Look where the closest referee is in that.
Mhm.
He had to see the ball change direction. He had to. There's no way he could miss it. That's what they trained to do. They're trained to see that.
It's incredible.
It's incredible
to me
that could happen,
That
yeah.
this continues
In
to
24,
happen.
yeah.
That this continues to happen.
Mhm.
Again, I'm so frustrated by replay sometimes. It drives me insane.
Yeah, this is one that should have been easy. It should have been an easy one to do. It should have been something easy for the
Right.
officials to overturn.
I mean, thankfully, it didn't. It
didn't.
didn't affect the outcome of the
Right.
game. But
Right. And the funny part about it was, and again, I don't always want to rip on the announcers. And I know Al is 175 years old. And I know that Herb Street is tired or whatever. But they didn't even mention that it might have been touched. All they kept talking about was the block in the back. Or excuse me, they didn't talk about the fact that it was a block in the back, just that he was blocked into him. So first, he was blocked into him. It should have been a block in the back because he was blocked into him from behind.
Correct.
That's the second thing. And they never even talked about whether or not it was touched. I'm in my house going, is it touched? Was it touched? The ball moved? And then they go all the way to the play's getting ready to start, and they force him to throw the flag to go and look at it, and they still don't talk about it. They're having a conversation about something else, and finally they go, oh, well, what's he throwing the flag for? Oh, I think he thinks maybe there was a touch. Yeah, duh. And by the way, in that booth, they got 17 cameras in front. They have 17 monitors in front of
well,
them.
not only that, but you've got the people in the truck
Telling
who
you.
are monitoring,
You
and
would hope.
they jump in and say, "Hey, they're looking at this,"
Yeah.
or "Hey, check this."
It's as bad right now, and I ran on this a couple of weeks ago in severe reaction. It's as bad right now. I finally believe something that Sip said so many years ago. There are too many games. We have gotten to the point where there's so many games that we don't have a quality enough announce crews to be able to announce the games. If you don't believe that, watch some midweek college football games because there are people that have no idea what they're doing.
Oh,
no idea.
Now, I only saw the end of it, but the end of the Liberty game the other night on CBS Sports
I watched
Network,
the Liberty game,
I don't know who the analyst was, but man, that was some of the most rudimentary. Yeah, if they score more points than the other team, they're going to win.
Oh, Troy Aikman. Yeah, I know him.
Well, it was much worse than that.
Worse than Troy?
Much
Everybody
worse than
has
that.
to start somewhere, though. And
Well,
with
that's just it.
the-
They should start somewhere else. I completely agree with you. Kevin Kugler, for example, started doing Division II UNO football.
Right.
What was the first thing you called?
High school football.
High school football. They should be doing that. You think Chris Collinsworth's son called any of that?
No.
None. He immediately got a job with NBC, and that's why he's not good at what he does.
Correct.
They all should be trained just like that. They should learn at the lowest levels and work their way up. You can't just give people gigs and put them on national TV. And they'll know the game. I mean, they make basic mistakes about the football game and rules. That's what drives me nuts.
Oh, I know.
I'm a
You're a
rule
stickler
guy.
for rules.
The
but-
rules are the rules. There should be someone there with a book going, here's what you need to know.
Which is why ESPN letting Tirico walk was just ridiculous.
It was bad. It was
because,
bad.
and you say what you want, whether you like him or you don't
But
like
he's
him.
really good at the rules.
But when you talk about prep,
yeah, he preps his
he
butt
knows
off.
the rules backwards and forwards.
I would love
and
to
they
see
actually do. They actually do have seminars.
Yeah.
At least they do in the NFL.
They do.
Where, they go over, hey, here's the emphasis, here's the things we're going to do this year.
Well, this year, so there was that attempted onside kick that was off through a penalty. Remember that? It was in the NFL, attempted onside kick. So the drop area stays the same. It doesn't move. Even though he moved back 15 yards, because of the penalty keeping the 15, you still have to make the drop area. So he does the onside kick. It doesn't make it to the area. The announcers are flummoxed about what's going on. The person I'm not sure which network it was, comes in and says, oh no, see guys, it doesn't move. That was in the seminar.
Yeah.
You know how I know that? It's online. It's online. You can watch it. If
And
you
Michael
want to
watched it because he's sick and he wasn't watching the Mets.
That's right. That's right.
Which is why he's surprised the Mets are in the playoffs.
You have to know.
He would have known.
You have to know when you go into a game, things like that. They used to call it the Belichick rule. Every Tuesday, Belichick would bring his team in and teach them something different involving the rules, random stuff. So when it came up in the game, no matter when it came up, they would know.
Yeah.
Announcers should be that way. They should know that stuff.
I would agree.
But that's where we are.
That is where we are.
Too many games.
Which is why it's a good thing I'm going out and doing my lawn work.
You go do your
this week.
lawn work, yes. You go lawn it up, kid. And by the way, is it in good shape right now? I mean,
I need to overseed. That's what I'm doing.
Okay. So you're going to do.
I'm not going to be out there all day.
You're prepping for the.
Yeah, I'm not going to be out there all day. But in the time I'm out there, I have the earbuds on. I'll listen to the Iowa game.
Nick and I will
By
not
the
be.
time-
Nick and I will not be doing that.
By the time I come inside, we'll be fine. Well, who knows what Nick's doing.
Last time we watered the grass was. It definitely wasn't maybe before the 2010s. Certainly, I haven't watered the grass in.
I don't know if you know this, but we haven't had rain in like a month.
I haven't watered the grass in at least 14 years.
It's probably dirt right now.
It's still grass. No, it's still there.
You don't
it's
have
still
to
there?
It's
water
still
your
there.
grass.
It's still there.
I grew up in the middle of nowhere. We never watered our grass. It just was grass.
Yeah, it just grows. It has like some weeds in there and stuff, and it's there.
That's just what grass does.
It's doing fine.
It rains, and then grass is like, thanks for the rain. I'm good.
Exactly. That's how I think about it.
That's fine.
The neighbor across the street, she's always watering and trimming and all that stuff. And I'm like, you're not getting an award, lady. There's nobody coming through with an
Michael's
award.
not impressed.
Not getting an
I'd
award.
be more impressed if you knew all the rules to this game I'm watching
Yes,
right
lady,
now.
yeah.
And why you can't block a guy into a guy.
My problem with her is that she puts up a Kansas flag during basketball season. So that's against the law.
Well, I know
That
what
should
flag
be
she'll be
against the law.
flying here in another month and a half when Kansas comes to town.
No, I know what flag should be flying to, and it has nothing to do with sports.
Oh, okay, one of those. All right, we'll be back. We got more to come, including Nebraska is going to be playing in front of a sellout crowd, and we want to talk a little bit about penalties.
Ooh, yes.
About penalties.
Yes.
And the second half of the season. So we'll get to that and a lot more. Glad you could all join us today. One Beer Friday, all brought to you by Cross Strain. We'll be enjoying some of their Cross Strain here later on in the Grum on 1620 The Zone. By the way, next Saturday, just looking ahead, Indiana has announced officially it is a home sellout, first one since 2021. It will be Indiana's first if Nebraska cracks the top 25.
Yes.
Which is possible if there's some upsets because they were just right on the outside looking in. If that happens, it would be the first ranked versus ranked game in Bloomington in front of fans since 1993.
So
That's
is that
a long time?
Does that go back to Antoine Randall L? So I think that year they went. I think they went 7-4 that year, if I remember correctly. And at least early on, he was a Heisman candidate. He originally thought they were going to play wide receiver during the spring, and they changed him back over to quarterback, and he had this huge beginning to his season.
They went 8-3 that year.
8-3. Okay, that was 7-4.
And the ranked versus ranked game was against Penn State.
Okay.
Penn State was 19. Indiana was 17. Penn State won 38-31. Oh wait, no. But that game was in. That game says
it says it was in Happy Valley.
Wow, I think that stat might be wrong then. Oh, here it is. No, I'm sorry. Here it is.
Same season.
Same season. Michigan State 22nd. Indiana 23rd. Indiana won 10-0.
Oh, brutal.
And then the next week they lost to Penn State, and then the next week they lost to Ohio State in close losses, but they lost. Randall L. was not on that team.
That wasn't his year.
No.
He was
the only draftee off that team was Thomas Lewis, the wide receiver of the Giants. That was it. That was not Randall L. The quarterback was
Randall L. was 98, 99.
Okay, so this is right after that.
Yeah.
Right after that.
So,
but it's been a while.
It has to be the year the team with Thompson, the running back. Remember they have that running back who set.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but it wasn't him.
It wasn't him either.
Yeah, it was.
Those are the only times I remember them being good.
The quarterback was John Pacey, Paci.
I don't recognize that.
I don't recognize any names off of this team. At least, and then now this is Wiki. Maybe Wiki's way off, but
no, it's usually pretty good. Because they have those people all over who are just constantly looking at it.
Yeah, like I said, the only draftee was Thomas Lewis, who was picked in the first round by the Giants, a wide receiver.
We were joking about this the other day. If you really want to know what kind of school it is, just put in Google the name of the school, and if basketball comes up, which Indiana's basketball comes up first,
it does.
Rutgers as well.
We were talking about the replay myth the other night, last night, by the NFL and the 49ers game. Here's Luke on the 42 Degrees of Source hotline. Good afternoon, Luke.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Good.
Good. Yeah, so, I can't confirm if this is the same for football, but I'm an NCAA soccer official, and for us, we have different angles as well. So, we have a completely different replay system and video cameras than actually the live feed for television. So, we had a game, a Big Ten game where our feed was down, so they were scrambling to actually hook in the feed from showing live TV to actually be able to enable replay for us. So it is interesting and weird that it's separate, but we definitely do not get the same angles, at least on the soccer side of things.
I thought there was a way they could switch back and forth. So if there was perhaps a TV angle that you guys didn't have, that you had access to that. I believe that's how it works for baseball at the College World Series.
Not at least not for the soccer side.
Okay.
But,
and a lot of that might be a facilities issue, or a technical issue and whatnot, but makes sense.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So it's different. It's different, but it's weird that it does it that way. So yeah, we definitely have different angles than you guys see on TV.
Luke, we appreciate it.
Sense.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, but they've always made it sound like that they had more than us.
Yeah.
Apparently they have different, but they don't have as many. Maybe the correct one sometimes.
And in the NFL, maybe they don't have the right one.
Yeah, that's strange.
With the super slow-mo. So coming into, this, I guess we'll call it the idle week, Nebraska, in terms of penalties, is 104th in the country. They average 67.3 yards in penalties per game, which is way off from where they were last year when they were 27th in the country, committed about 30 fewer yards in penalties. 2022, they were 26th, only 43 yards in penalties. 2021, Nebraska was 32nd. So, they've been basically a top 35 team in the country in terms of fewest penalties, but this year has definitely been an outlier.
But rules nailed it, though, because the teams they played are also up there in penalties.
Yeah.
Because those games have been filled with penalties.
Right.
Purdue is 18th in the Big Ten.
129 in the country.
And they're so obviously they played against them. Now Rutgers is third, but their worst penalty game is against Nebraska.
Yeah.
Illinois, same thing. Worst penalty games against Nebraska. So maybe it's more about the crews. Obviously, Nebraska's making mistakes and they're doing things that get penalties, but part of it is the game, either whether the game flow or the crew.
According to the story that was out earlier this week from Evan Bland of the Omaha World Herald, Nebraska, or he says across football, teams are averaging 5.9 penalties per game, 52 penalty yards. That's up from 5.1 penalties per game and 45 penalty yards per game last season.
That's normally expected.
Penalties across the sport are up.
Early in seasons is expected because they have these points of emphasis, and the referees will call them. But as the season goes along, it usually drops off. Once you get into conference play, traditionally it drops off. I don't know if that's the case these last couple of weeks after non-conference, but that's usually what happens.
And, of course, you remember back, and at least in my opinion, the game that seemed to be the most impactful when it came to penalties or the timing of the penalties or the impact of the penalty was the Illinois game. Yeah. Because Nebraska on several occasions had personal fouls. There was the face mask on a stop that, gave Illinois a first down. That was a game where I thought, okay.
60 yards personal fouls, right? 64 of them?
Yeah, 4 personal fouls, 60 yards in personal fouls. That was the game where I thought, okay, penalties are a big problem.
Those mattered.
But I had these numbers last week because I keep track of the penalties as well as the turnovers. It's on the same spreadsheet. But when Nebraska has out-penaltied the other team, and I'm talking yards, so net yards.
Yeah.
When Nebraska has committed more yards in penalties than the opponent, their winning percentage is 56%. This is since 2008.
Right.
When they have committed fewer yards in penalties than the opposition, their winning percentage is 56%.
Yeah.
It's identical.
Yeah.
We keep thinking that penalties are this thing. And listen, I mean, it is impactful. There's it's called a penalty. You would think that it would kind of maybe not be as dramatic as the turnover numbers are in terms of winning the turnover margin, losing the turnover margin. But you would think there would be an advantage. But at least for Nebraska, the last almost 2 decades, it's been identical.
It's always been the same. If you can overcome it because of your talent. Oregon, greatest example. Go back and look at Oregon. Oregon turned the ball over and had more penalties than most of the teams in the country, yet they were winning because they could overcome it with talent. I know you and Josh talked about this. Michigan was one of the best last year. The team they beat, Washington, in the national championship game was one of the worst. There's a lot of them. I remember a year where Clemson was really good, and then Alabama had a really bad year penalty-wise. So if you can overcome it, it's okay. But if you're a marginal team that needs little things to happen for you to win, that can cause you to lose.
Here are 2 prime examples. Arguably, the 2 best teams under Bo were 2009 and 2010. A lot because of the defense.
Yeah.
But certainly success. I mean, 2009 is the closest they've been to winning a conference championship in the last 20 years.
And even in 2010, they were up 17-7.
Correct.
And called a running back pass to their quarterback who had a bad ankle.
In 2009, while Nebraska went +6 in turnover margin, they went minus 216 net yards in penalties.
How many of them were blamed on Sue?
Well, in the Virginia Tech game alone.
Sue penalties. How many were those?
Exactly. In 2010, the next year without Sue, they were 441 net yards down in penalties to their opponents.
Oh, wow.
Now, it helps that 135 of them came in one game, one very crookedly officiated game at Texas A&M.
Yeah.
But they also, against Idaho, I remember that
were
game. A minus 108 yards.
Game took forever.
In penalties.
We were in the stands with my kids, and we were in the northwest, where there's no sun. It was freezing. I couldn't believe how cold it was.
Yeah.
And the game just kept going on and going on. So you brought up a name earlier that it just like burned in my brain, and I didn't say it at the time. Walt Anderson never should be believed in any question ever asked, because Walt Anderson was the guy who reviewed all those penalties and said, all of them are right.
Yep.
All of them are right. Don't worry about it. Everything.
He was the supervisor of officials for the Big 12 conference.
I think even the personal foul, the late hit they called on the quarterback, even that one was, oh yeah. They had the fumble, and they said that they had stopped. Forward progress had stopped. Like, what are you talking about? That was the worst officiating game I've ever watched.
The
was a sack
personal
by
foul
Courtney-
though on Courtney Osborne.
Courtney Osborne, yeah.
And it was on a third down.
Yeah, and
they would have gotten a stop.
And Herb Street goes, I don't see anything there.
Yeah.
It's exactly what he said. I don't see anything there.
And you wonder why Bo Pelini was in a bad mood that
What was
night.
2012? I honestly believe when we're talking balance, offense, defense, and talent, I thought that was his best team.
You thought so? Okay.
Yeah. And I mean, look, obviously they got blown out by Ohio State, but then they won those 6 in a row. They got blown out in the Big 12 Big 10 championship game, but still, that team was loaded.
Yeah.
What did they have a lot of penalties in that one?
That year they were only minus 92.
Okay.
For the season. That's the whole season.
Gotcha.
But in turnovers, they were minus 11.
That's incredible. Yeah.
Minus 11.
Well, a lot of those were
turnover margin
Taylor.
that season.
A lot of them were Taylor.
Well, 2013, minus 12 in turnover margin, minus 175
and Taylor only
in
played,
yardage.
3 games in 2013?
Yeah, something like
got
that.
hurt in the UCLA game, then came back for the Minnesota game, which he never should have played in, and they lost that one, and then he was gone the rest of the season.
Yeah. Listener Dan wants to talk about penalties from 17 to 23. So in 17, this is again whole season net penalty yards minus 100.
The most interceptions in Nebraska history in a season, 2017.
2018, they were minus 169.
Nice.
2019, they were actually in the plus. 2019, of course, that was the year where they were, it was 21 where they were close in every game.
Yeah.
2019, they finished the year with a net turnover margin of 0 and plus 66 in penalties. Plus meaning they committed fewer penalty yards than the opponent.
You know what 2017 also is? It is the fewest amount of rushing attempts by any Nebraska team in history. I think also yards-wise, too. They didn't run the ball at all well in that year. And that was the year that, we got 10 lead, we got a passing quarterback in, we're not going to run the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't work out.
Let's see real quick. 2020 short season minus 128 and minus 11 in turnover margin.
You know what this tells you, John? Referees hate Nebraska. Have we been telling you this? Hasn't message boards been telling you this for years?
Well, I've known this since 1982, and one very notable game.
There was no penalty in that game. What are you talking about?
No, it wasn't a penalty that was called. It wasn't a penalty. It was called. It was $100 bills falling out of Joe Pa's pocket.
There's no way that man carried. There's no way that man carried cash anywhere, ever in his life. Everything was paid for. The whole town.
Well, either way, it is fascinating. But last year, Nebraska was plus 113 in net penalty yards. So, and this year they're plus 84. Even though they are down, they're still. It's just that Nebraska's had a lot of penalty-filled games.
That's the point. It's either the crews or the way the game's being played. I don't know, but somehow it manages to work that way.
So I know they're going to look at it, and I know they're going to, they want to fix it, but I don't know. I think at this point, some of it might be just in how the games are officiated. I'm not saying Nebraska's getting squeezed on anything. Certainly they're not. Heck, if you're Purdue, you're probably going, man, we could have used a few fewer of those pass interference penalties.
Who was in the college ball playoff in 2019?
Who was in the playoff?
Who was in the college ball playoff? I'm assuming Alabama was in it. Was that's Oklahoma, LSU, and Clemson?
That sounds right.
Is that right?
That sounds right.
So in Oklahoma had the second most penalty yards a game, and they had the most penalties called total because they played in 14 games. Alabama, they were 7 from the bottom in penalty yards and per game and yardage and number called.
Mm-hmm.
And LSU was in the bottom 20. So that's 3 of the teams that were in there.
Yep.
Is Clemson the other one?
Let's see. 1, 2, Clemson. Yes.
Yeah, Clemson. So Clemson they were good at it. They were 29th in the country in terms of total penalties.
But everybody else
was in the bottom 25.
Interesting.
Yeah. And those are your 3 other teams that were in. So again, it's important. It is. But it's important in certain situations.
Correct.
What does it cost you per penalty in terms of lost yards or points, gain points or lost points? Yeah.
402-951-1620. When we come back, we'll take a look at a few of the games this weekend in the NFL that look most intriguing. And also still to come, it's Kent's Movie Club, where we're reviewing A Nightmare on Elm Street. It's next on 1620 The Zone. Coming up this weekend, of course, you'll be able to hear the best of the NFL here on 1620 The Zone. No Chiefs game this week, but, of course, Sunday Night Football. You got the Bears and the Bengals. But before that, some really intriguing games, including a battle of arguably the two best offenses so far in this young season, the Ravens hosting the Commanders.
Yeah. What is the total in that game? I remember it was over 50.
I don't have the total.
I know it's over
but
50,
but it's 6.5. Ravens by 6.5,
which isn't surprising because of one of the stats I have when we do those picks. You know, Lamar Jackson's only lost once to an NFC team.
That's right. He does have that insane record against
the NFC.
He's got
the incredible record against the NFC. Not necessarily against spread, but just straight up.
Circus Sports Iowa has that total at 51.5.
Yeah, I knew it was over 50. It's like, there's a couple games. This is the most games over 50 that we've had all year in a week.
In a week,
yeah.
Well,
he's 21-1 straight up against NFC. 11-11 against the spread. It's crazy.
he obviously hasn't. He probably has played every NFC team.
But you only see him once every 4 years,
right?
And to see him specifically once every 4 years makes a huge difference.
Now, I do wonder how much you practice good on good, but the fact that you have your own version of Lamar Jackson, Jane Daniels,
definitely.
that gives Washington maybe more of a leg up than you would typically think. Now, again, how much are you practicing on good, but just having a Jalen Daniels around who plays very similar to Lamar.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point that's what they see, but you're pretty much going against the other team's defense.
Right.
So you're not going against your starters very often during the regular season. So that would be tough. There's just something about Lamar doesn't look as fast on TV. Apparently in person, he can be that fast. Also the way he can get rid of the ball and how much arm strength he has, it's hard to prepare for. It just really is.
Yeah.
And obviously the NFC teams have shown that.
Caleb Williams last week aside, because he had a pretty good week, it was against Carolina.
Helped my wife win her fantasy league that week.
Jaden Daniels has looked the best out of all the freshmen, or I call it freshmen, the first-year quarterback.
Not a shock. You know how old he is?
Isn't he
24, I believe.
Yeah.
He was in college for a full 6 years because he did the Arizona State thing and then went over to LSU. So he's a veteran. There's something to be said about Drake May, who I think is only 21, remember correctly, and a guy who's 3 years older than him. I think about when you're 21 to 24. It's a huge difference.
It is a big difference.
Yeah.
It is a big difference. But that'll be a good early game. And by the way, we will be getting that here locally. So those of you who watch that on CBS, you'll be able to see that locally. And you will be
23. He'll be 24 this year.
And the game opposite it on Fox, which you also be able to see here locally. It's the game that Kevin is calling. It's the Packers and the Cardinals.
Yeah, that's a good one for Kevin.
With Green Bay, a 5-point favorite, but the Cardinals coming off the win last week at San Francisco.
I think it's the hardest game to pick out of all of the games this week, I think, with the number. I think it's the hardest one. There's so many trends telling you both ways that you should go that way. For example, when you play San Francisco, the next week in general, you lose. It's that team.
No kidding.
Yeah, it's been that way for, at least 4 or 5 years. It might be longer. But you play that team. Normally the next week you lose. Then you look at how the coach is for Green Bay in terms of being a favorite and how he's played. I mean, they've covered so many games that way. And then Arizona just got all these bad numbers because of what they've been over the last couple of years. But this year it's different. They have the ability, like you saw last week, to come back. They hadn't done that in forever. They had the longest stretch in the NFL of not coming back, I think, from double digits in the second half. And they did that last week. So
they did.
It's a hard game to pick.
Murray had his second best passing grade of the year last week.
Yeah.
Even though it only came on 195 yards. Of course, he had the long touchdown run. And then it's going to be a good day for him when he has one of those moments where he pulls one out of his you-know-what. And he had one last week on that fourth down. Was it 4th and 5 or something where he just throws one up and it ends up being caught.
Well, the key was his legs last week.
Yes.
Every time he got in the open field, you're like, well, they're not going to catch him. He looked so much quicker last week than I saw him all season. And you remember, he's coming off an ACL from a while ago. It takes 6 months to come back. It takes a year to truly feel mentally you're good. It takes a year and a half to be completely back in the top of your game.
How are you feeling about your team tomorrow? Spencer Rattler making his NFL start.
Bet the Saints money line.
Really?
No doubt about it. I bet it like on Tuesday. Saints money line. Everything about this game, if you are a gambler, tells you bet the Saints money line. Everything about it. One, you know the record of backup quarterbacks when they come in. You know how that's been. No matter who they are, for some reason, the team just picks up and plays better. Tampa, who in general, over the years, going to New Orleans, haven't played as well as they play in Tampa. This is what they do. Baker's biggest issue is when teams can get up the middle on him and cause him to have to scramble. If he can step up, he's a pretty accurate quarterback. The Saints' best pressure is up the middle because outside of Chase Young now, who's the last couple of games, but they got an old guy on the left side and they had an old guy before that on the right side. Now Chase Young's in there. But up the middle, that's their strength. They will get pressure in his face. Marshawn Lattimore versus Mike Evans, one of the greatest competitions. And I'm not exaggerating. They hate each other. They fight every time they play. And for the most part, Lattimore has had the better of it. All those reasons, I'm telling you, don't worry about the 3.
Saints on the money line.
Money line. And I'm not a guy who bets the Saints a lot. Not. Everything sets up for this game.
Taysom Hill has been ruled out.
Yeah, he's crack ribs, man. Hard. That's a good 3-week injury.
But Shaheed and Kamara are off the injury report, so they should be okayed and good to go.
The problem is that they have one offensive lineman left that started the season. That's your problem.
Yeah.
When you lose, and they actually, the first couple games, obviously they were all healthy and they played well. Lucas Patrick, who they moved to center, who wasn't very good at guard, he gets injured. It just changes everything. You got to move Ruiz back. You got to move, and then he gets injured, and Patrick gets injured, and they just they're a mess offensive line wise. But I think they'll be okay because Spencer Rattler actually is mobile compared to Carr, so it's going to help Mal a little bit with the mobility of having him in there.
The battle of the best of the rest in the AFC West: the Chargers and Broncos.
That's an interesting one.
Chargers are a 3-point dog or 3-point favorite against Denver.
They're coming off a bye. They're coming off a bye. That's why that number's that way. But I can tell you this, there's no coach in the NFL, I think since 2019, I think that's right, that has won more games when the other teams come off a bye and they're on regular rest than Sean Payton. Been good at it. Been good at it since he was with the Saints. I don't know why. He's just really good at it.
Well, at least he's good at one thing.
You can say whatever you want. I'll take that man back as my coach in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat.
And you can have him.
I'll take him back in a heartbeat.
I will say this.
He's never scored 3 points in a Super Bowl. I know that.
That was against Belichick.
I don't care. That was the saddest performance I've ever seen in my life. And now
you're only saying that because your team got hosed.
They should have been in the Super Bowl just to score some points for the NFC. Tragedy. Oh my God, that's so bad.
Denver's defense is legit. I mean, Pat Surtain, 100-yard pick 6 last week. I will be interested if Denver can continue to build some confidence, get some good reps around Bo Nix. I don't remember when Denver plays Kansas City the first time, but and I'm not saying Denver is going to threaten to win the division, but this could be a year where Denver at least makes them sweat a little.
I thought they'd make the playoffs coming in. I never really believed in the Jets. I never understood all the money that was going down on MVP and also to win the East. I never kind of understood that. But the funny part about that is, and I think this is correct, I have to go back and look, but Kansas City dominates Denver in Kansas City, and Denver's played them close in Denver.
Yes.
So wherever that next one is, will give you an idea what the game's going to be like.
And then the late afternoon game that will get most of the nation is Lions and Cowboys. Obviously, Detroit wants
52, I think, is that number. That's a big number.
It's a big number. I mean, Detroit, for as well as they rush the passer, they do give up a lot of chunk
secondary.
plays.
Their secondary is not very good.
Yeah, well,
it's
it's been banged up. It has been banged up.
Going back years, they've been drafting cornerbacks in the first and second round for years, and it just doesn't get any better because of injuries. Yeah,
it's almost like when back when Matt Millen was the GM, and they're all just nonstop receivers.
No, those are just all mostly bad picks.
Yes, they were.
I think some of these are really good picks. They're just guys who get injured. But
Deron Bland might be back according to the injury report, but Eric Kendricks is out for Dallas. But Dallas lost a couple of guys last week, and
they were shorthanded
and just kept going. Now, part of that was Pittsburgh's game plan was very, very rudimentary. I mean, it was not ornate at all. But I do give credit to Dallas's defense. I thought they played well.
Pittsburgh, simple philosophy. First one to 20.
Yeah.
That's their philosophy. If we can get to 20, we'll beat you. If you get to 20, you beat us.
I still, for the life of me, cannot figure out why they did not send a double A gap blitz at Dak on that last play. It works every freaking time. 4th and goal, 4-yard line. You send 2 guys straight up the middle. You get the ball out of his hand.
Yeah.
But they let him work. And
the only thing I think about that sometimes is you have to show that most times.
Yeah.
You're not coming off the line when you're down by the goal line. You're not coming off from 5 yards back like you can do in the middle of the field.
No.
So they're going to show it. If they show it, does he audible out of it? Because if you do that, whoever your slot receiver is behind there, it's wide open.
He might, but I'd rather take my chances with that just to say, fine, they're going to audible. You get up on those receivers, and you've got a tight zone anyway.
No, I know.
It just seems like that works, whether it's a 4th and goal or 4th down anywhere on the field, where teams will just send 2 guys right through that A gap, and it's over.
If he called sprint out too, that's going to beat that play because now you're man to man on outside and got an opportunity. So there's always a counter for everything, but I know. I always believe send pressure. Hail Mary, send pressure. Fourth down and long, send pressure. If you get beat, you get beat. That's why they call it a casino blitz.
Yeah.
You're gambling.
Yeah.
Let's go.
So there's some of the games this week in the NFL. When we come back, before we get to Kent, a story last night from the Lincoln Millard South game, Lincoln High Millard South game, that had a lot of people talking this morning. We'll have that when we come back on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. Nebraska might be on an idle week, but that doesn't mean you are. If anything, it means you can be even more locked into even more games and bet like a pro on every single one of them anywhere in the state of Iowa. Circus Sports Iowa is your hub for all things football this season. All those games, props, totals, and tight money line splits means you have so many opportunities to win. Let's look at a couple of different games for this weekend, both in pro and college. Iowa State is minus 160 to continue their undefeated streak against West Virginia. And we mentioned it earlier, but the most exciting game for this weekend, Ravens and Commanders, points total 51.5 right now. And these are just a small sampling of all the opportunities waiting for you right now on the Circus Sports Iowa app. Download your new sportsbook today and experience all the hospitality of Las Vegas at your fingertips. Download Circus Sports Iowa now. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Kent's Movie Club, A Nightmare on Elm Street, coming up in just a few minutes. But last night, little Thursday night high school action. By the way, I should mention, Rock of Ages is
Good
coming
movie.
to Omaha. It's actually a
movie?
tribute band concert.
I hated that movie.
I love Jack Black. I think he's incredibly talented. I like people that can do a bunch of different things.
Saturday, November
You mean
2nd at
School
the
of Rock?
Admiral.
You mean School of Rock? Are you getting
School
Rock?
of Rock. Rock of Ages. School of Rock I was thinking about. I'm sorry. Rock of Ages is the one with Tom Cruise?
I think Alec Baldwin is in it.
Yeah.
I hate it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Bad movie.
Neither Jack Black nor Tom Cruise will be at Rock of Ages Revisited November 2nd at the Admiral, but there will be tribute bands to Michael Jackson, the Beatles, ABBA, and Guns N' Roses, among others. You can check out 1620thezone.com for more details.
This one where Tom Cruise plays a rock star, right? He plays a rock star. Baldwin owns the bar. There's a male kiss in it.
Something about that.
Tom Cruise
I saw
played a
that.
rock star?
He plays a rock star. I'm pretty sure.
Because it's based off of the stage show.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, last night in high school action, Lincoln High played Millard South up here in Omaha, and the game was 63-0 at halftime. And the head coach, Mark Mackey of the Lynx, went to his athletic director and told him, and this is from the tweet from Chris Basnett last night, Pat Gatzmeyer was the AD, said, I don't have the bodies. I'm not going to have them put 100 on us, and essentially forfeit the second half.
Mm-hmm.
So the game ended 63-0, but said, I don't have the bodies. I'm not going to have them put 100 on us. And that, caused a little bit of a stir. But to me, it kind of triggered. And I was talking about this. It was off the air with Jack Mitchell. I was doing his show today.
Mm-hmm.
And just the huge disparity. I mean, you're talking tonight, you got the Elkhorn South
West Side
game. You're talking about the two best programs in the state right now.
Two of the best, yeah.
But you have such a gap in talent, resources,
Huge.
between the upper crust and the lower crust of Class A, which is all based on classification. All these schools are roughly the same size or within a couple,
School population.
Student.
Right.
It's all about population. But for this to happen in Class A, it was like, wow, don't have enough healthy bodies.
I've watched it. I've been to so many games.
Yeah.
Ever since my kids been in the band and going to Central games, you watch, you never know. We went to go see the Elkhorn South Central game. This was, I think, 2 years ago. And I went down the field to go say hi to Kerwin. I was a defensive coordinator for Elkhorn South. Mm-hmm. And I was looking around. I'm like, oh my God, these guys are going to kill them. I really felt that there were going to be injuries on Central side because they were so undersized. They were so young. And these were grown men. We're talking about children playing. You can be the toughest person in the world and go, oh, you got to finish the game. We don't want these children to get hurt. They are children. And if you think they're going to get injured, you stop playing the game.
Right.
Sorry, this is not college. This isn't you get paid pros. These are children. They shouldn't be out there if you know that it is such a disparity in talent or size that they're going to get hurt. Shouldn't be. That's why we need a big Class A. We need a small Class A.
I would totally agree.
We need to have it.
You almost need to, and I don't know how you would do this, but it's obvious. I mean, we know, kids are going to play. It used to be, hey, you wanted to play with your friends.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's about, hey, we want to be a super team.
Yeah, sure.
I played against that dude in midget, or I played with that guy in JV, whatever. And we all know who the good players are.
Right.
And thanks to recruiting and all the recruiting services and stuff, you all know who the good players are. You want to be affiliated with a winning team. And so and with the open enrollment, you can go just about anywhere you want. I don't know how you would classify it, but it's almost like you need to have a Class A for the football programs and a Class A for everybody else.
It's what happened in Texas. There was a period in Texas where the schools were getting so large, Big 5A had to happen.
Yeah.
Then 6A came along. And it's eventually going to happen here. The disparity both in money, which is a huge part of it.
Big part.
As a guy who's a band parent, I watch some of those bands spend tens of thousands of dollars on their show. And I'm like, yeah, great, you're winning, but is that really band? Are you really marching and playing?
Right.
But same thing with football. It's just a disparity. It's the way it is. And I used to do a thing when Dame had to show together, probably not technically great now, but it was small school ass whippings. And I would go to small schools and pick out the games where teams got destroyed. Now, these were schools about the same size, and this was usually in 8-man a lot of times. But it's a big difference when you have Elkhorn South or this year Millard South with the teams that they have, and they play a team like Benson, or they play a team like South, or Buena Vista, it's not even close.
It's not fair.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I at some point, I think something has to be done because, you're not going to close the borders. You're not going to have, that ship has sailed. I don't think anyone's going to go for that. So you've got to find a way to separate the big programs from everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not for because, Fremont deserves a chance at a state championship. No, it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with safety. It has to do with safety. And hey, if you're going to be really committed to this, it's no different than, select baseball and then the rest.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And if we're going to do this and we're going to do it for the safety of the kids, this is what has to happen.
Yeah.
It's either that or some of these programs might have to drop football.
Or you do consolidated. So there's some baseball programs in the city where they have two teams of enough for one and they're playing together. I don't remember exactly which one. I think Benson was one of them with someone else. But maybe it becomes that. Maybe it's a consolidated football program.
But I have no issue with...
Here's Omaha Northwest. That's what I was thinking about. Omaha Northwest this season. Let me grab their schedule real quick. Omaha Northwest this season has been... Let me see. They lost 48-0 to Lincoln Northeast. They lost 50-0.
By the way, is also not good.
Yeah, they lost 50-0 to Lincoln High. We're having this conversation.
We just had the conversation.
And they lost 24-0 to Buena Vista. This is how bad Benson is. They beat Benson 30-6. And then they lost to Bellevue East 47-12 and 54-0 to Lincoln North Star. These teams, they just don't have the ability to be good enough to compete. No. And it's a safety issue. How bad is Benson? Benson's 0-6. And they have scored 6, 12, 15 points.
Yikes.
And they've been outscored by a lot. 62, 77, 43, 63. Ugh. Lincoln High beat them 43-3. Something needs to change.
Well, I hope someone gets on it because this is... Otherwise, stuff like this is going to keep happening. And you don't want that to happen. Because I guarantee you right now, there's people looking at those Lincoln High kids saying, oh, you guys are quitters.
No, please don't do that.
That's not what this is supposed to be about.
It's not about that.
That's not supposed to be about this. This is high school football, right?
Yeah.
That's not what this is supposed to be about.
I played on a team that won 3 games in 2 years. I know bad football, okay? I know bad football. But we also weren't that outmatched by the other schools like I see now.
Where it was like, you got grown men going up against boys.
Yep.
Dumb question. I don't keep up with high school football. Is there not a mercy rule?
They run the clock. I believe it's 35, right?
Yeah,
and then the second half, once over 35, you run the clock. It's a running clock. But there used to be a skunk rule, right? It used to be a number, and the game ended. Back in NSAA, didn't they?
No, I don't believe.
Oh, I had a guy tell me once that we were at a game, was really out of hand, and he said they need to bring back the old skunk rule. And I said, "What was that?"
I don't remember that. Maybe
I thought he was like 45 in the second half.
That might have been way back. Yeah. But this is more about a safety issue than it is they're just bad because we're getting blown out. No, we're talking about. I mean, the coach literally said, "I don't have the bodies. I don't have the bodies."
Yeah, sure.
Coming up next, a whole different idea of not having the bodies or stacking bodies.
Right.
We're going to talk Freddy Krueger and A Nightmare on Elm Street. It's this week's movie club selection. Kent is in the green room right now. We'll be joined by him next on 1620 The Zone.
My wife was crying. I know, you okay? She says, I'm not okay. I'm so tired, Mom.
Are you talking to me? Yeah, I'm going to be on the radio in like 30 seconds.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edifications, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club. Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club.
And with that, we welcome in our friend Kent. Welcome out of the Lincoln Journal-Star. Happy Friday, Kent.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
You really enjoyed that Raiders game last week, didn't you?
Oh, yeah.
Kent and I were commiserating on Twitter because both
really?
our teams were playing poorly at the same time.
Terribly.
And I had both games on, so it was like, oh, God. The only thing that was good about that Broncos game was it reminded me of the 80s with those uniforms. They looked great.
Yep.
Looked absolutely fantastic. And, of course, the Raiders don't have throwback uniforms. Those are their uniforms.
Right, yeah.
Because they never went forward. And it's still, I saw yesterday all the logos of all the old AFL teams.
Mm-hmm.
And a Raiders logo in 1964 is basically the exact same thing today.
Yep. They don't play. That's fine with me. I grew up a Penn State fan, as John knows, and you know what? But just keep what you got. It's fine.
Yeah. No.
Penn
It works.
State, yeah.
It works for you.
Do they still use the same uniforms from
Penn State? Yeah, it's exactly the same. I believe they did one alternate uniform about 15 years ago where they like changed the blue lining and that was it. Like nothing else. It's just white and black, essentially a little bit of blue.
I mean, the only time they get fancy is they put the numbers occasionally on the side of the helmet.
Numbers, yeah.
I kind of hate that. That's boring. Just do something.
Why change it? Why mess around? I love the way USC looks. I love the way Penn State looks. They're completely different. One's flashy, the other one's not. They're both awesome.
No, it works for me.
Both awesome.
It works for me.
Yeah.
Well, this week's movie is A Nightmare on Elm Street, the original version from 1984. So, yes, we're going back 40 years from this one. This is a Wes Craven classic. And, yes, it is part of the what do we call it?
Mount Rushmore of horror.
I think you could definitely say that. And so I made a point of this to watch it last Friday.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know why, but it's a great Friday movie.
It is.
Right? I mean, it's a great movie on a Friday night if there's nothing else going on. And it took, as soon as I had not seen it in its entirety since probably high school. Hadn't watched it again. And it immediately took me back into that time frame.
Yeah, I watched it in 2010. I was telling this to John before. When they did the remake, of it, I watched the remake. We saw it in the theater, and I went back and I watched the original just to see how close it was. And the guy who was in the remake playing Freddy Krueger tried out for Freddy Krueger in the original movie and obviously didn't get it. But then when they remade it, he got it. Yeah.
Yeah, and Robert Englund was not supposed to be the original Freddy Krueger, as I recall. Is that right, Kent?
Well, they auditioned a whole bunch of guys, and what happened along the way was Craven changed his mind. He wanted a great big guy, yada, 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 and then decided, no, I want an actor that can really make this guy this sort of creepy, but have some acting chops. And so then Englund was then cast after that. So
who's the best of the big three?
Even been considered.
Who's the best of the big three? Jason, Michael, or Freddy?
I think Freddy.
You think Freddy? Okay.
Yeah.
I do too, because he's the one, he's got the most personality.
He's also the most believable.
Yeah.
He's also arguably the scariest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you can sleep with the other guys around. You're scared of them, but you can sleep.
They're not going to come into your dreams. Right. Yeah. I think for me, though, it probably is Michael Myers, because Michael Myers at that age when I saw it was terrifying. Just absolutely. I don't know what it was about him, but he was, and that movie didn't have any blood in it, nothing until the end.
No.
And at the end, and then all of a sudden he's gone from when he fell through the French doors. I'm like, that for some reason scared me more than Freddy did. But yeah.
It was interesting too. And I knew the basic plot, but I had forgotten, just how everything was laid out, how you get right into it. I mean, the first thing you see in this film is the first girl's nightmare, and Freddy shows up right away. Now, you don't know who he is or his backstory or anything, but he shows up right away. And sometimes that kind of runs counter to, we talked about this when we did Jaws a few weeks ago, how, just the minimalist nature of the whole thing made it even scarier.
Yeah.
But for this, I thought it seemed to work, because you've got to establish the story that these are happening in nightmares.
Mm-hmm.
And so for it to open with the nightmare, I thought worked well in this.
Yeah, and it's also that sort of letting you know what's going on without letting you know everything that's going on is a technique that Craven used in Last House on the Left, which came like mid-70s, early 70s, and The Hills Have Eyes. Those were his two big movies before Nightmare on Elm Street, and both of them have a little bit of that, right? Kind of shows you and then takes it back. And so that, because he wrote this as well. Wes Craven wrote and directed this. It isn't adapted from anything. So that's one of his techniques. He died 10, 15 years ago, maybe longer than that. Yeah. So
I'd read that he had heard about something that had happened with dreams, and they had done an investigation on people's nightmares, and he read this, and then that's what made him think about putting the villain inside the person's nightmares because of this report he had read about.
And weirdly enough, the Freddy Krueger was a guy who picked on Wes Craven when he was a kid.
The actual
name.
Yeah. He took the name from a guy who was like a bully, picked on him or whatever when he was in junior high or high school, something like that.
Nice. Yeah.
Well, I hope
so
his bullies
that's where the name comes from.
Well, if anything, it probably made the bullies feel even more, because I mean, of all the villains, Freddy Krueger's kind of got a cult following, or at least he became popular. In this one, not as much of the personality. In the later films, you started to see even more of the personality.
Yeah.
Like in the second one, I still laugh because there's the scene. It's in the second one where the girl's all freaked out and she's up against the TV, and she's imagining something's going on, and all of a sudden Freddy's head pops out of the TV, his arms pop out of the side. Freddy grabs the girl and says, "Welcome to prime time, bitch," and then smashes her into the TV. And of course, as teenagers, we quoted that all the time because we thought it was funny.
Okay, that's interesting. Just that quote you said, because I've never seen this movie. I was familiar with Freddy in a conceptual level, and I kind of got the gist of his bit. But whenever I would see parodies, it would always be like, bitch. Like, he would always punctuate a sentence with bitch.
Yes.
But didn't see that in this movie. And watching this movie, I was just kind of left with, I get why he's scary, but I don't.
Right.
It didn't leave an impact on me. It was just a dude.
The trailer was so scary when this movie came. You remember the trailer, Kent?
absolutely.
With the giant, that trailer, still today, thinking back on it, was incredibly scary. I don't know if we don't do that well anymore. We still make fancy trailers and everything, but something was so scary about that one. It made you want to go see the movie, but it was frightening.
I don't remember the trailer.
They're in the alley, and he's like going through, and he's got like his
fingers scraping the wall,
scraping the walls. Yeah, it was. And then the tub scene is in the trailer, and then one of the bed scenes, like you fall through the bed. It was. I still remember it being really scary.
That's because
and I told these guys last week I was terrified by this thing when I saw it in the theater, because the other thing that you don't have now, right, that it's not going to have it can't have that kind of effectiveness, is you really didn't know what it was from the trailer. Didn't really tell you what it really was, right? It gave you a sense of what it might be like, but you went in and it only opened, I think, on 150 screens and then expanded very slowly. So there wasn't big word of mouth. There was no social media. There weren't 8 million reviews of movies out, right? And it just terrified us, and it's like,
it's scary.
Yay. Yeah. Interestingly, and I didn't remember this until I saw it, and then it was like, well, of course, Ronnie Blakely, who plays the mom, the girl's mom, is, in addition to being an actress, she was got Oscar nominated for being in Nashville, which is
the TV show.
No, the movie, the Robert Altman movie.
Okay.
Long, yeah. 19, and she got an Oscar nominated, then got cast in this, but she's a music person, right? She put out records in the 70s and whatever. And I've met and talked to her multiple times over the years. She's kind of a fixture on the LA sort of roots scene. And I asked her once about this movie, about making it, and she said it was so low budget, right?
It looks it.
They shot it in like less than a month, or her part was less than a month anyway. And she said she thought it was just going to be utter crap while they were shooting it, right? Because it didn't make any sense necessarily until it got put together. And then she's like, yeah, this is by far the thing that I am most known for. I mean, the critics and everybody say, oh, most known for Nashville and all that. And she said, no, she says, I still have people coming up to me, talk to me about Nightmare on Elm Street. I haven't probably seen her for 10 years, but yeah, she's like, yeah, they come up, and once they know it's me, because she doesn't exactly look today like she did then, which neither do I, right? So
none of us do. The budget was only $1.8 million for this movie, and one of the things that they did, of course, probably the most famous, or one of the most famous scenes in the movie, is when Johnny Depp gets it, and gets sucked into the bed, and then it turns into the blood geyser. They actually shot that upside down.
That makes
so
sense.
So all of that blood that's shooting up, when they shot it, actually they were pouring it in, and it was going down.
500 gallons.
Yeah, and they all they did was just flip the film.
Johnny Depp is a lot of blood.
Right.
He does. They
wanted to make sure you thought. Kenny, and this goes back to something that Nick said about trailers and whatever. I honestly believe, and I know that other scary movies have come along after it. The last true movie that I was afraid was the Blair Witch Project. Oh. Not because of what the movie did, but because of all the preview stuff that they had, that they were leaking on the internet. Back then, we still had dial-up. I remember having to dial up, and it had all of this stuff about the found footage. And you really thought, when we went to see that movie, because we saw it the night it opened, we thought it really happened. Not until the last scene. I remember my wife, then fiance, saying to me, oh, this is not real. Up until that point, we really thought these people were suffering. She wanted to leave the theater because we had no background. You couldn't Google it. You couldn't. Yeah. It was really, I think it was the end of real true horror.
That. We talked about that last week when we did that movie. But no, that's a good point, though.
Kind of bouncing off of that. This movie, and I don't know if it's just because I'm so desensitized to a bunch of other horror that's come out in my lifetime, I liked the concept of this movie, and I understood how it could have been scary, but it wasn't scary to me. I didn't find it scary. I found the concept more scary than the execution.
You're older than any of us were when we saw it the first time.
I'm sure that's something to do with it too.
Yeah, how old were you, Kent, when you saw it first time?
Probably early 20s.
Oh, you're that much. I didn't realize you were that much older than me. Okay. Because I was 14 when I saw it.
Yeah, and I didn't see it in the theater, but I saw it like 2 years later on VHS, so I was like 15, 16.
Yeah, and I'm just not sure because I watched scary movies and I was also 15.
Yeah.
The Conjuring really got me. I think that came out around the time I was 15.
Yeah, and that's a whole different level of. I think all those movies are a different level.
Paranormal Activity scared the daylight.
They're
out of me
all
when I was
a different level of
and
it. Yeah.
that all feels kind of tame compared to this. It's it's gory.
Here's what I don't think you ever had, and maybe you didn't, and you relate to this, Ken, because they made a lot of movies about this. The being at home with either the babysitter or you just at home and having no connection to the outside world because we didn't have. There was a different feel to that. And so they made a bunch of movies based off of you're at home. There's really nobody to help you.
Right.
You can't be safe
and you can't be safe. Nowadays, I don't think that works because of all the ability we have to contact and get a hold of people.
And that wouldn't work. And the other reason I think maybe you don't find this as scary is in fact because this thing so influenced all these movies that have come afterward in this sort of genre that have found ways to crank up the scary, so to speak.
I'm just desensitized. I've microdosed horror my entire life.
See, I think one of the reasons why this worked for me was, this is a time where I'm getting up early to go to school. I'm getting up early. I had the paper out back there. It was in the dark. And it's just the notion of, because when you're in bed, you're by yourself and it's a dark room and you're left there with your own thoughts.
Yeah.
That by itself can be a little scary. And then you add to the element of everyone has dreams and everyone has bad dreams and everyone has nightmares. And so I think this more than the Halloween film, more than Friday the 13th, I thought, at least when I was growing up, related because it's something that you felt like, okay, even though obviously you knew it was a movie, you knew it wasn't real, it still felt like it was possible.
Sure.
Because
Law and Order is scarier than a zombie movie.
Yeah.
Because the Law and Order can happen to you.
And I can totally understand the concept being, because it is a scary concept.
It's a great concept.
A dream is, in theory, the safest place you can be. Yeah, you can have nightmares, but it's all in your head. So then being able to get killed because you're having a dream in what should be the safest place, that's a terrifying concept. So I understand why it's scary. It's just the movie itself. Like Freddy Krueger looks kind of effed up. Like that's
he does.
Well, he was. I mean, he was burned.
It's a rubber mask.
Well, and it was done cheaply.
It
was done.
Well, nowadays you could do it with computers and stuff and make it probably look pretty good.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right. Now they actually did when they formed the mask. They actually did do some research and they actually had photographs of burn victims.
Oh, okay. That makes
so
sense.
to at least give them a concept of what it should be. So at least they tried from that standpoint. I think the other thing that makes this as well, sure, every psycho killer in these films has their weapon of choice.
Their bit.
The gloves with the razor blades or steak is I thought brilliant.
Yeah.
Because it's just so different. And then of course you get the scene where the mom reveals, hey, we were the ones that actually did in the real Freddy Krueger, and she kept one of the gloves. And so that added to it. But it's to me it's iconic.
I thought that was a cool thing to add, but them adding that part made it almost feel like a sequel to a movie that didn't exist.
Well, they remade it in 2010. That's the 2020 version where they actually kill him. They show you killing him. Yeah.
And I like that idea, but that kind of that made me want to watch that movie more than this movie, just because that felt more compelling to me.
The couple things that I spotted going through this time that I hadn't remembered or didn't even notice maybe previously, but one of them was when they're standing on the bridge and talking, Johnny Depp and whatever her name is.
Nancy?
Heather Langenkamp.
Oh.
Heather, there you go. And you know, they've got the hamburgers and whatever. And he talks about Balinese dream manipulation stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That in fact exists.
Yeah.
Only it's Tibetan.
Well,
Yeah.
that's
They
what
use-
dreaming, right?
yeah. And it's called dream yoga, and they do all kinds of stuff and control their own dreams. And how Craven knew about that in 1982 or whatever, I don't know, but I was
He read about that's what I had read. He read about that like in a National Geographic or something like that, and that's what triggered it for him to make that
I was
idea.
like, huh. I hadn't picked that up. And the other thing that I saw somewhere, this is the 40th anniversary release time on October 1st, as in 6 days ago, 8 days ago, whatever. They released the 40th anniversary edition of this. The Blu-ray comes out on the 15th. There's the actors are all going around having screenings of this in big cities. Like Robert Englund was doing one in, like, I think Detroit tonight.
Oh,
so it's by sheer chance we hit the 40th anniversary celebration. We're almost right on the nose. So, and the third point, that since we're talking about the gloves, they made 2 sets. One had basically dull gloves because he had to wear them, right? When he
Right.
And so they had dull ones so wouldn't cut people up and himself and whatever. And then they had one real sharp one because it had to cut through things.
Yeah.
And apparently there were multiple wounds on set.
I bet.
This also, and if you watch the film, you notice at the beginning when, you get the obligatory, produced by or the film studio, that you see an old school logo for New Line Cinema. This is the film that basically made New Line Cinema, which of course still exists today. In fact, they nicknamed New Line Cinema the house that Freddie built.
Oh,
because this was the first big hit for New Line Cinema, and they've been around ever since.
And props to them for getting this done in 91 minutes.
Yep.
Yeah,
they did.
91 minutes. That's pretty good.
And it didn't need to be much longer.
It didn't.
But sometimes they, nowadays they'll add extra stuff in.
Now they back it out.
Filler.
Craven would cut it to get to where
But
it was.
for this time period, for the 80s, I mean,
2
2 hours was a long movie back then.
So when you guys first saw this movie, what was the reception about the end of the movie? Because this being the only Elm Street movie I've ever seen, it felt bad. It felt like a bad ending.
Like we knew there'd be a sequel at that point because the sequel started really getting big. Correct me if I'm wrong, but like 80, 81, 82, a lot of the movies that were made in that time end up having sequels. I think we all thought when we saw it at Lakeside Theater in New Orleans that it was going to have a sequel.
Well, the sequel came out 1 year later.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if it was intended in that moment, but even if there wasn't intended to be a sequel, it seems like all of these films have that ending where the bad guy really isn't gone, or at least leaves open the possibility that he's still with us.
I didn't like the way it was executed, I guess.
In
fact, window, you mean? Like coming through grabbing her?
Like grabbing her through the window, but also they left. Like, was that also a dream?
I thought it was a dream.
Like, was it another Inception?
Yeah, with the girls. The girls
thing?
are singing. I thought that was isn't that a dream?
I think it's a dream, but the reality is that ending was sort of forced into the movie by Robert Shea, who is the founder of New Line, because it basically wanted to set up the sequel. Okay. In the original, Freddy's dead and gone, right? It's over.
See, and I think they could have gotten away with having Freddy disappear and then that being the end of it, and then the sequel comes out, and I think that would make him even scarier.
Cliffhangers were huge in everything from TV shows to movies. For there was a stretch where everything was a cliffhanger.
I don't think it was a good cliffhanger.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you're like, oh my God, he's still alive.
There are good cliffhangers. I don't think that was a good one.
I'm just reading from an interview that Craven had done about the ending, and it reads, the original ending has Nancy come out the door. It's an unusually cloudy day. car pulls up with her dead friends in it. She's startled. She goes out and gets in the car wondering what's going on, and they drive into the fog with the mother left standing on the doorstep, and that was it. It was very brief and suggestive that maybe life is sort of like a dream too.
Right.
Shay wanted Freddie to be the one driving the car and have the kids screaming. It all became very negative. So I refused to have Freddie in the driver's seat, and I thought up about 5 different endings, and the one we used with Freddie pulling the mother through the doorway amused us all so much we couldn't not use it.
Wow.
And I like it too because it's another one of the iconic scenes of that movie, and it obviously looks pretty fake because it's like a stiff, but just watching her get pulled through the window. The only thing I didn't like about the scene is the kids are all freaking out because they realize something's wrong, and the top comes down on the car, and the car starts driving away. Who the hell's driving a car?
I think Freddie is the car because the top of the car was the same pattern.
Oh,
as
okay. Well, that makes sense.
In him.
All right.
Which is what also led me to believe that they were also within a dream because Freddie's driving the car is like a Christine situation.
The whole time I thought it was because it's also hazy a little bit too.
Yeah,
the
haze part of it was also, I think.
Have you guys watched American Fiction? Have you watched You've seen American Fiction, right, Kent?
Yeah.
Okay, so I love the end of that movie because I think that's what happens so many times when they're making movies. They're like, what about this? And let's try this up. Oh, that doesn't work. Let's try it up. Yeah. And so I think of it. I think of when I watch it, I'm like, that's probably what happens with 8 out of 10 movies. They're like, what about this ending? No, that's not good. And that's why I thought that was a great ending for that movie because it's real life when they're writing movies.
Yeah. And there have been a few other movies, and the names are not going to come to me right now, where they'll play it and they'll have an alternate ending right on the same movie.
Yeah.
Wayne's World,
Clue.
Wayne's World.
I love Clue. Clue is one of my favorites.
Clue's endings are great. Yep.
I'm going to go home and make love to my wife.
That is A Nightmare on Elm Street. It is streaming right now on what was it? Max. That's right, Max. I was trying to remember where I watched it on last week. I was thinking about this totally, coincidental that I was thinking about this morning. But a question comes in from YouTube user on our YouTube chat. Said, Kent, as this film came out in 1984, I'll pose the question, what is your favorite film from 1984? And he lists, there's Indiana Jones, the sequel. There was Ghostbusters, Karate Kid, Footloose, Amadeus, this movie.
Amadeus is great.
And I was thinking about this on my drive-in going, just randomly thinking of 1984 movies. I was like, yeah, that was a really good year.
Great year. It was a great year.
Do you remember, Kent, what you liked best out of that group?
I'm going to consult the magic Google machine and get a list here.
Okay.
Because there's probably something on there.
Tell you the highest grossing one was Beverly Hills Cop.
Oh,
that's right. The original Beverly Hills Cop was that year.
Yeah, I remember going this whole summer. We went to movies almost every day. Dollar movies at Uptown Square. I remember doing this.
Didn't mention Gremlins, the original Police Academy.
Footloose is in it. Now, Gremlins came out in Christmas time, right?
Yes.
Then
wow, what a year!
It was an incredible year. Police Academy started. The first Police Academy that led to like 10 more.
Yeah, but it was actually good.
And Michael Winslow's in all of them.
He is in all of them.
He is.
When I understand, he was kind of a jerk.
I might go with one that has as much to do with the subject matter and how it hits me as well as the movie. 1984 was also the year of This Is Spinal Tap.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That movie, this is no lie. It opened in very few theaters, right? And none in Lincoln. So we drove to, there's a movie theater, used to be, I don't know if there's still movie theaters in Millard. I don't think so. There used to be like a 3-plex in Millard.
There was the 9 one in Millard that was off of Q Street. That one?
No, this was even before that one. Okay. And it was the only place in Omaha the thing was playing.
Really?
And we went in there, and there are a bunch of guys in there, and everybody else in there besides us thought it was real.
That's fun. Well, he said that. I just watched the making of that recently, and many people were mad at the movie because they thought it was real and they were that bad. Like, why would you do a documentary on a band that bad? And he'd be like, oh, it's not Meathead, whatever his name is. He's like, no, it's not real.
It's not. So that's one. Paris, Texas, which is a great movie with Harry Dean Stanton. It was an 84 movie that would be high on my list. And the first Coen Brothers movie, Blood Simple.
I didn't see that.
Okay.
Those are, I mean, I like those.
Flash.
You know, and also, you know, I'm a huge Indiana Jones fan of those early movies, at least. So that would be probably of the big commercial ones, sort of number one on my list. But
Ghostbusters had the most weeks in a row during that year as number one and got knocked off by Purple Rain.
Which is not a real good movie, but it's still.
I will walk to Lincoln and beat your ass.
No one
You do not disrespect
Prince
the
Rogers
movie.
Nelson.
You do not disrespect that movie. Are you crazy?
It was not a good movie.
I have no idea why they didn't win
Great
multiple
song.
Academy Awards.
Well, you know why it didn't? Because it was beat out by Bolero.
Bolero. She was fine. Anyway, yeah.
Which was also a 1984
You know what,
movie.
kid? She was naked.
Yes, she was.
Many times.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Well, that is A Nightmare on Elm Street. Next week, we're actually going to get a little bit older, but stay in the same genre. Josh sent me the email this morning. We're going to watch the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
I've never seen
So
this
Leatherface is on that list of the greatest horror villains. He's on that list as well.
Absolutely.
I've seen the 2003 one, but I've never seen the original.
Josh says there is a 50th anniversary on Amazon Prime, but there's also one on Peacock.
Okay.
So not sure if there's a difference between those, if it's called the 50th anniversary because it is, or if they've added scenes to it. But the original version, he says, is on Peacock.
Interesting.
So that'll be next week. And Kent, we have no games to pick, so you don't have to worry about that.
Well, you know, I think this year they could beat Air as opposed to
years past. Yeah, you're probably right.
Who wins out of Ohio State and Oregon, you think? Ohio State at
Oregon. I think Oregon.
They're a 3.5 point underdog or 3 point underdog, depending where you're looking, at home against a team that really hadn't played anybody yet. Interesting.
And that's my I made that pick simply because I think they're probably pretty evenly matched and they're at home.
Yeah, I agree. I'm with you.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, Kent, next week, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Until then, enjoy the idle bye week, and we'll catch up with you next week.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Kent.
Kent Wogemont of the Lincoln Journal.
So I mentioned Ghostbusters gets knocked out for 1 week by Purple Rain. Then Ghostbusters comes back, wins the week, gets knocked off by Red Dawn. Another incredible movie.
That's a good movie, too. I liked that one.
Red Dawn gets knocked up by Tightrope, which is a nice suspense movie.
I didn't see that one.
It goes for 4 weeks, and guess what comes back? Ghostbusters comes back again.
Ghostbusters was huge.
And for only 2 weeks in 1984, then Terminator was number one. Terminator was number one October 28th and October 4th, and got knocked off by a sequel, Oh God, You Devil. The sequel to Oh God. Oh my goodness. Supergirl won a week, which was a horrible movie.
Supergirl was terrible.
And then Beverly Hills Cop came out. Oh my goodness, incredible. What a year. I forgot.
Yeah. Not only, Ghostbusters was huge. It made Ray Parker Jr.
But again, look at how many of these movies ended up getting sequels. This was the time of the sequel. Splash did not. And Footloose eventually got remade, but didn't have one. But all the rest of these things in here, for the most part, even the movie Breakin', which I saw in the theater, got Breakin' 2. Electric Boogaloo.
Electric Boogaloo.
That's right.
Oh, that's where that came
That's
from.
where that comes
that's
from.
where it comes from.
Yep. Turbo.
Aaron in Papillion reminds us The Natural was 1984, which is my personal favorite baseball.
Which never didn't win a week.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. That was more of with all those,
with
other
all
movies,
that, yep,
it was
right.
hard to win a week then. All right, we got more to come, including we'll take a look at some of the best games in college football, and coming up next, we're going to remember a late Husker who passed away earlier this week. So stand by next, 1620 in the Zone. Welcome back. We still have a One Beer Friday coming up. A reminder that you can still get your picks in for the $25,000 four-quarter pick'em.
My picks yet?
Get in there now.
I don't remember.
Wait a minute. You're not eligible.
I'm not eligible to win. I can still do the picks.
Yeah, Michael's a picking sicko.
I'm a picking sicko.
He's a picking pervert.
I'm so excited about not being able just to chill and not have to do like a million things. We have no band competitions. We have no home game for Central. Nebraska's off. It's going to be just glorious.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to watch so much football.
He's going to watch football.
I'm going to catch a disease.
And also baseball, right? This weekend?
Not a drop.
Big baseball
Not
games?
a drop. And I already had the food planned out and everything.
Okay.
Wow, it is like Josh never left.
I am so ready to go. Oh, he's not cooking the food that I was cooking.
No. He's running anyway. It doesn't matter.
He would be running.
But anyway, get your picks in now, 1620thezone.com. And make sure you opt in for 1620, the email, because you get early access to the picks. And remember, the tiebreaker is whose picks came in earliest. You get the picks a day in advance starting on Monday at 10 a.m. So check your inbox if you're already a member. But become a member, opt in to the 1620 email club.
Also,
a few times when getting in early pays off.
If you are a member, there are a lot of exclusive things coming down the pipe.
You give me a hint?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I can't give a hint.
Darn it!
Other than that is the hint.
That's a solid hint.
You can only see in the email.
Did want to mention this because it happened earlier. We found out earlier this week, but Pat Fischer passed away.
Oh, yeah.
At the age of 84. And some of you, especially the younger folks, won't know who Pat Fischer is. But we had the conversation. In fact, it was 1 week ago today where we were having the conversation of who are the best Huskers to ever play in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Pat Fischer is on the short list.
Yep.
Even though he did not make the NFL Hall of Fame, he is in the Washington Redskins Ring of Honor.
By the way, he is eligible for the Veterans Committee pick. He is in the finalist list to be in there.
Well, I hope they consider it. Sadly, Pat won't be around to enjoy it, but Pat played at Nebraska. He was in the class right before Devaney got here.
Yep.
And found out a lot of different things. I mean, this was a guy who at one point, and you may have heard it if you heard our Friday anthem, played quarterback, played defensive back, punt returner, kick returner. He could do everything.
Had one of the biggest punt returns in the history of Nebraska.
He had a huge punt return. And did you know, in this long lineage, I know it may seem odd today with Nebraska's special team issues, but once upon a time, Nebraska was one of the best special teams in the country, especially in punt returns. It's not Johnny Rogers. It's not DeJuan Gross. It's not Irving Fryer. The career record for average punt returns at 18.3 yards per return is held by Pat Fischer. Which I did not know until I looked it up this week. But
I only knew because we gave him the Legends Award.
Yeah.
In the second year, Coach Reed had been talking with him about coming up for it. They thought they had everything set up. They were all excited. Coach Reed calls Pat. Pat has no idea who he is. His wife gets on the phone and says, "Oh, I'm sorry. I need to tell you that he's in the dementia starting. He doesn't remember it." Right after that, they put him in, so he couldn't come for the event.
Yeah.
But they had talked to him for months about putting him in because he was on the original list that was done when they went over the best players at every position, and Johnny was on there. Pat Fischer made the list. Deion Sanders this is for kick return, punt returners. Deion made the list as well. And because of that, that's why they wanted to have him for the second Legacy Award.
I had a chance to interview him. This would have been early 2000s. And I can't remember. It wasn't the Husker Football Hall of Fame, but it was something that he was being honored for here. And just great gentleman, character, just had great stories. His battles, Pat Fischer was 5'9".
5'9", $165.
Oh, wow.
He went one-on-one with Harold Carmichael of the Philadelphia Eagles.
6'8".
Who was 6'8".
Yep.
Huge man. And so you're talking about, you're giving up a foot in height, basically.
Yep.
And their battles were legendary in the mid-'70s in the NFL. And this is at the end of Pat's
his career, yep.
Because Fischer retired in 77. So this is at the end of his career.
17, 18 seasons.
Not coincidentally, Harold Carmichael was all-pro the next 3 years after Pat retired.
That's crazy.
There's one other story about Pat Fischer, and this was something I read from the Washington Commanders rundown of him. But after he retired, there was a gentleman by the name of Leonard Shapiro who was a sports writer for the Washington Post.
Lenny Shapiro.
And he was talking to Johnny Unitas about something, and there was a cameraman who was there on assignment. And Pat Fischer is off, on the practice field somewhere out there. And the cameraman snidely just asked, "Who's that kid?"
Mm-hmm.
And Unitas turned to the cameraman and said, "That kid is 35 years old, and if he ever hits you, he'll knock your socks off."
Yeah.
I mean, he had great respect. There's a 6-minute long NFL Films synopsis of his career that's on YouTube that is really well done. George Allen's quoted in it. A lot of players, Pat's quoted in it. But go watch him tackle. His method of tackling was get him around the legs and pick him up. Pick up the person, because you can't drive your legs when your legs are off the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how he tackled. And that's how he was taught. And he was one of the most aggressive cornerbacks in the NFL, and native of Nebraska, of course. Cletus Fischer, the whole Fisher family.
One of the first families of Nebraska football.
Absolutely. But didn't want to go this week without at least acknowledging Pat's passing at the age of 84. But he is truly one of the greatest Huskers to ever play in the National Football League.
Yeah, I mean, and he should be in the Hall of Fame.
He should.
I mean, for all those years and what everybody says about him, and they all call him the toughest. They call him the toughest 170-pound player to ever play in the NFL. That's the given. And his nickname was the Mouse. The Mouse. He was little, but man, he was annoying.
He was annoying, and he had quite an attitude about him.
Yeah, he was definitely small but mighty. Yep, tough kid.
All right, when we continue, we're going to take a look at some of the games of the week in college football. We still have predictions to come, and we're going to review Michael's predictions from 2 months ago and some of my historical trends from 2 months ago that we did on this show to see if any of these things are going to be right. We're going to find out if Michael actually knows what he's talking about.
These have a clock there. It's gone. Go ahead.
Yeah, we got no clock.
I didn't know there was a clock.
There's a clock hang right where it
Yeah,
says
I know.
radio booth. So you clock
Yeah, I
there.
know.
I looked up for it just now.
Yeah,
I
there's
don't
no
remember
clock. We have to look at the
I
computer
know
now.
there's clocks everywhere. That was my clock.
Have you checked your wrist?
I know there's clocks everywhere. Like I said, I just still look back there old days.
16:20 the zone. Well, as we have established, this is a huge week of college football, even with the Huskers not involved in it. And, of course, the big game, 2 versus 3, Ohio State and Oregon. Interesting numbers from Chris Felica, formerly of ESPN,
Bear.
now of Fox. He's still on Fox, right?
He is on Fox.
Okay.
And he also does Bear Bites podcast.
Well, some of his Bear Bites on Twitter. 11 of the last 17 regular season top 3 matchups.
Blowouts.
Have been decided by double digits.
Blowouts, I know, yeah.
Have been decided by double digits.
Thought about that.
It's also, with Ohio State being favored by 3 or 3.5, depending on where you shop, it snaps a streak of 32 straight games at home in which Oregon was favored. The last time Oregon was a home dog, 2018, when Oregon beat number 7 Washington as a 3.5-point dog.
Yep. Yep.
Who do you like in this one? We're going to pick this one a little bit later on. But
I mentioned this earlier to you. A lot of the things based off of what I think pure talent is, I think it's Ohio State. But being at home, being that offensive line has really changed over the last 4 or 5 weeks. Their havoc numbers allowed are way down because they essentially, instead of taking a guy who was injured and moving everybody around, they just replaced the guy who was injured. And they became a lot better. They don't have any real big wide receivers, Oregon, to hurt Ohio State in the red zone. So I think if Dylan Gabriel is willing to run a little bit, I think they have a shot, especially around the goal line. The biggest thing, though, I think is its level of competition. At least Oregon played Boise. At least they played a team who you could say, we can legitimately say is good.
Right.
I know Ohio State beat up on Iowa, but when haven't they? That's pretty much a regular occurrence, except for that one time where Iowa beat them by 40. I just don't think that when you compare them and you have a team that's like 100 and whatever in strength of schedule against a team that's like 60 or 50, I have to weigh that. It has to mean something. And so I took Oregon plus the 3.5. I also took the under, thinking that it's a game that's going to kind of be slower and they're going to think more because it's an important game. That I think it's going to be lower scoring, but that's what I've thought.
The thing that concerns me from an Oregon perspective is, yes, they have played Boise, which means they saw Ashton Genty.
Yep.
Genty can't be stopped. He ran for 200 yards against Oregon. You got 2 really good running backs for Ohio State. And usually when you go on the road, you want to run the football.
Yes, that's
Take
right.
the crowd out of the game, just control the tempo.
Yep.
And with Judkins and Henderson,
Yeah.
that's why I'm leaning Ohio State. But, your point's well made, because if Dylan Gabriel, who in this spot last year playing at Oklahoma, generated the comeback that beat Texas. So he's been in big moments before. This is not a foreign concept to him. I think this has the potential to be a really good football game.
The question is, do you trust Ohio State's quarterback? I know he doesn't have to win the game because they have so much talent.
Yeah.
But do you trust him to win the game if he has to?
Right.
That's the question.
Yeah. So, if Oregon can handle the run or at least neutralize it to a degree, then I think Oregon's chances are really good, because now you're putting it all on Will Howard to go out and win it.
And by the way, that is not an easy place to play. I know a lot of people that went out there when they were Nebraska fans. It's loud. It's really loud. They play very well at home. A lot of offsides and false starts are caused by the sound of them. But Will Howard has yet to, I looked at the exact numbers, but I don't remember him yet this season running as much as he did at Kansas State.
Yeah.
So maybe that's something that we haven't talked about. Maybe they bring that out.
Yeah. 2:30, not 11. It's the first time it's been in the middle of the afternoon in probably 15 years.
They said they didn't do this because of the drunkenness.
Yeah. Texas, Oklahoma at the Cotton Bowl. Now, Texas is a 14.5-point favorite, but as pointed out by Chris Felica, dating back to 1988, there have been 13 meetings with a double-digit spread in Texas, Oklahoma. The underdog covered in 10 of 13, and they have 5 outright wins.
Yeah. I remember one of those. I was in Vegas with the Nighthawks, and Dusty Dvorak asked me to go place a bet at the casino for him with Oklahoma, Texas. And Oklahoma blew Texas out. Blew them out.
Here's what I worry about, though. Oklahoma's got a good defense, but there's no offensive punch.
They're missing their top 5 wide receivers. And they got a backup quarterback who can run pretty well, but if you got nobody to throw to, if Quinn Ewers comes back the way he was before he left, and remember, even though Texas lost last year, he had a great game.
He had an awesome game.
He had an awesome game. I think he does that again, even though I think Oklahoma's defense is a little bit better this year. I just don't think they can match him. If they get into what all these games have been high scoring. All of the Oklahoma Texas games have been high scoring. If they get into that, I don't think Oklahoma can hang with them. I just don't.
Sooners are 117th in offensive EPA.
Yeah.
They have only 13 plays this year of 20-plus yards, and their third down conversion rate is 26%.
Mm-hmm.
They're converting basically 1 out of every 4 third down.
They have to do exactly what they did against Tennessee.
Yeah.
They got to ugly it up and then hope they make a couple of explosive plays. If they get a couple of plays against Tennessee, that's a game. They just never could. How many times? They must have gotten the red zone 3 or 4 times, and they got no points. That can't happen, obviously, against Texas.
Another game in prime time that, isn't getting as much love just because you have Ohio State and Oregon. Number 9, Ole Miss. Number 13, LSU, which to some people could be a playoff elimination game. Each of these teams have a loss. And Ole Miss in a rare spot where they are favored in Tiger Stadium. According to the Bear, LSU has won 7 of its last 9 games as a home dog versus teams not named Alabama.
I had this for later, but you know how difficult it is, or it was for Nebraska, to play 6 straight games. You heard head coach talk about it. This is the 7th straight game for Ole Miss.
Yeah.
3rd straight game without a break in an SEC competition. I think they're going to be worn down. And I think the way LSU has been running the ball lately, they found their 4th running back of the season. The way they've been running the ball lately, and the way Ole Miss has struggled against mediocre defenses, I think LSU wins this game. Not because it's LSU. I just think the matchup fits LSU.
Yeah. One other matchup we'll mention real quick before we get to the happy hour, and we'll look back at some of Michael's predictions, some of my historic trends. Penn State, USC, 2:30 kick on CBS. Of course, everyone's made the deal about, traveling 2 time zones, 2-10 record for teams that have traveled 2 time zones or more.
I have 1 and 8 based off of what I went back and counted.
Right.
1 and 8. Yeah.
The trick, though, is that the teams that were favored won the game. So so you've had a lot of underdogs. In this case, you got Penn State, who's going in there as about a 4-point,
3.5,
4-point favorite in this one. And Penn State has won 25 straight regular season games when favored, dating back to a loss at Michigan State.
Yeah.
So they've got a pretty good run here.
Goes back to one of my predictions that we haven't found out about yet, but I've mentioned James Franklin does not beat top 10 teams. James Franklin does not beat teams that have more talent than he does. This isn't one that has more talent. It's not ranked. So This is one they should win based off what we've seen from Penn State. It's when they play Ohio State, or in the past when they've occasionally played Michigan, when they've struggled.
We'll have more on these and other games coming up in predictions. But coming up next, it's time for a One Beer Friday, brought to you by Cross Strain Brewing. Don't forget to send in your picks of what you're drinking this weekend. Use the hashtag One Beer Friday. Nick's going to check out your tweets and then randomly pick one of you and send you a $25 gift card, thanks to Cross Strain Brewing.
Nice. So
please send us your pictures. Show us what you're drinking. We're going to crack open a Cross Strain. We still have a couple of those NAs in there.
I know. I saw that. This reporter's in Cripple Creek. Cripple Creek?
I'm on Cripple Creek.
Yeah, the band, baby. One of my favorite songs.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sadly, she's reporting on
on a horrible thing.
Tourist mine mishap.
I know. Only one person died, thankfully. It could have been many more. There were like 15 people in there. Only one died.
Worse.
Could have been
Freddy
worse.
Krueger took more.
Exactly.
All right. One Beer Friday coming up next. 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
You probably have Beer Center each week. Ralph Club, biggest contributor.
Beer. I like beer. I don't know if you like Beer Center or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I
week.
had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was? Nope, there was one beer. Friday.
And here comes the Creighton Blue Jays.
The Blue Jays are on the Cross Strain presents One Beer Friday.
Woo!
Actually, in 2 weeks and 1 day, the Blue Jays will be back on the floor.
That's what happens at the game. They play that exact same music and they come out.
That's right. Cross Strain. Now, that's not Cross Strain, but that's Michael's
Sorry.
NA. That's all right. Cross Strain presents One Beer Friday. Got some fairy nectar today, one of my all-time
I
favorites.
bought some of that for intern once.
I'm rocking the Oktoberfest because it's October. It's spooky season.
It is October.
Yeah,
it's
it's
October.
spooky season, all right.
Doesn't have pumpkin in it, does it?
What?
Oktoberfest? No, it's not a pumpkin
okay.
spice beer.
Okay, just
No, the Oktoberfest is
I just don't dig on the pumpkin.
no, I don't either.
Don't dig on the pumpkin.
But make sure you send us a picture of what you're drinking and whatever it is. It doesn't even have to be beer, folks. But if you'd like a $25 gift card to Cross Strain, send your pic and use the hashtag One Beer Friday, and Nick might set you up with a $25 gift card to Cross Strain.
Michael, this was barrel aged
Okay.
in red wine barrels.
Yes.
Caramelized malts, toasted oak, and subtle vanilla notes.
Nice. If you like barrel aged beers, I recommend going to Herb Sant, where they barrel age all their stuff.
Okay.
It's really good. I got in a fight in 5th grade once over debating whether or not pumpkin pie or sweet potato pie was better.
Pumpkin
Like
pie.
a physical fight.
Pumpkin pie because sweet potatoes are bad.
I don't know about all that. I can tell you this: pumpkin pie is nasty. Sweet potato pie is good. Why are sweet potatoes bad?
They're just not good. I just don't like sweet potatoes. I don't think they're
yams
good.
or sweet potatoes doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's too mushy. It's
Oh,
too
okay.
mushy.
I understand that.
Also,
I used to be anti-sweet potatoes for a long time until probably 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And now I'm like, okay, I'm cool. It's still not my favorite. I'm cool with it. I have not had a good sweet potato
I like
pie.
the pie. I do not like. Well, I think literally it's an affront to God having sweet potato fries. I mean,
Yeah.
God made potatoes for French fries,
So-
not sweet potatoes.
I think what really turned me off of sweet potatoes
Were the
in
fries?
general, it was when Michelle Obama passed the healthy
Oh
thing
yeah, I remember
in
that.
school.
Yeah.
And then all of our fries
Oh,
suddenly
it's
turned into
horrible.
sweet potato fries, sweet potato tots.
I'm American.
And a
And
sweet
people thought that they were good in the White
A
House.
sweet potato doesn't
That
have
was the bad thing she did. I complained about it when I was on the radio.
It doesn't have the structural integrity.
It does
for
not.
A
It's
fry
too
or
mushy.
a
No, it doesn't.
tot.
It's too mushy. Yeah,
It
you
doesn't.
can't have crispy ones. Yeah,
But
I
they
don't-
replaced all our fries,
don't
except when
get-
we got the smile fries.
yeah, there
Those
would have been
were
a
normal.
fight in our. We had all boys school. There'd have been a fight
Yeah,
if
probably.
they would have tried to do that in our school.
It was the worst.
Would not have been good.
Well, 2 months ago in this same spot when Josh was also away, Michael filled in, and he made some predictions for the season.
Mhm.
So I thought we would review these and see how you're doing. We're going to see which ones you feel good about, which ones, are okay, and which
I
ones
have the
are
good, the bad, and the ugly.
the good, the bad, and the ugly. Another fine movie. So where do you want to start?
So I'm going to start with the good. By far,
good news first.
by far, the most accurate prediction I had coming into the season, and obviously it could still change, but
Mhm.
UCLA was going to be bad. I said on the show they were a bottom 4 team. I was shocked when we talked to their color guy who was acting like this team was going to win a bunch of games. And I'm like,
He did.
as if they win 3 or 4, they would be lucky because 25,399 miles. Hawaii, Baton Rouge, State College, Piscataway, Lincoln, and Seattle. That's what they have to do. And right now, Purdue's the worst team.
Easily.
But UCLA is around there, although I will say I'm picking them this week. But I think 3 or 4 wins is kind of where they top out.
Because where are they at now? They're at
2, right?
2.
2 wins?
I think.
Because they beat Hawaii and they beat...
Hawaii and they barely beat Hawaii.
I mean,
they
picked them to lose that
struggled
game.
against Hawaii.
I had picked them to lose against Hawaii, and they came back only because Hawaii's quarterback got hurt.
K Ford has them projected right now at 1.4. Oh no, it's conference wins at 3 wins. They're 1-4 right now.
Oh, they're 1-4.
So their only win is Hawaii.
Yeah, I thought 3 or 4 would be the max just based on how tough the schedule was. But I think this week they could win. I think they could win this week.
Who do they have this week?
Minnesota, right? Minnesota coming off of that big win.
Minnesota.
Yeah. So Minnesota, a letdown spot, having to go out to UCLA. There's the 2 time zone thing. I went with that.
K Ford, 34% chance of a UCLA win.
Yeah, I feel a good upset with this one.
Okay.
Number 2, Indiana, baby. I told everybody, I sent a text to my good friend Nick Ba when he put several teams ahead of Indiana in terms of the toughest opponents for Nebraska. I'm like, no. This team's going to a bowl game, most likely 7 or 8 wins. Kirk Cignetti is basically Thanos, right? This guy is inevitable. It's what he does. And I thought they could win 7 games. They may go past that. But my stat was 0 seasons for Kurt Cignetti as a losing coach. He don't lose. Just Google him. I feel pretty good about Indiana sitting there at bowl eligibility.
This is another one I felt good about. I wasn't as bullish. What I was bullish about was identifying this game as, hey, watch out for this game on Nebraska's schedule. And all they have done is score 40 or more in 5 straight games. Their power rankings, the analytics have caught up to them. Their analytics are great in every category. Right now, they're projected to go 10-2.
Some defensive categories, they're not as good.
But they're projected to go 10-2 right now. And if that happens, they're in the playoff conversation.
They are. The question would be, though, is their schedule good enough for when they're competing against other teams with much better schedules?
Right.
That would be the question.
And I think it would also benefit them if they fought Ohio State. I mean, if they lose to Ohio State, but don't get destroyed by Ohio State.
Last one I'm pretty sure I'm right about was the Purdue one. The stat I gave was Purdue only had 1 game the whole season they're going to be favored in. Most likely the worst team in the Big Ten, and they are right there as one of the worst teams in the Big Ten. I did think that maybe if you were going to go over it across if things went really badly, that maybe Minnesota could be down there, but they've done better. But certainly Purdue and UCLA were 2 of the ones that I was pretty correct about.
They are projected to win 1.7 games, according to K Ford. Here are their win percentages for the rest of the season.
Okay.
Illinois this week, 10. Oregon next week on a Friday night,
1.
2. Northwestern, 31.
Ooh, that's a close one.
Ohio State, I have never seen this
0?
on K Ford. Less than 1.
Less than 1.
Less than 1. He won't put 0, but it's less than 1.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Penn State, 3.
Yeah.
Michigan State, 17, and Indiana, 3. By the way, Purdue also closes with 3 of those last 4 games on the road.
Yeah, that's tough. You know what would be crazy about that whole thing is if they upset Indiana. They beat them, and that's the old Oaken bucket,
That would
right?
make their season, yes.
That's the old Oaken bucket. That would be crazy.
That would make their season.
If they would win that.
That would make their season.
Things that are looking okay. Nebraska, I talked about their havoc allowed, had to get better. I thought it would get better. It was something I talked to Coach Rule about it when I interviewed him for Big Red Wrap-Up, that they were concentrating on. They really had. They were 132nd in havoc allowed last year. 132nd. It was last year. And then this year so far, you look at what they've done, leading the Big Ten in sacks, leading the Big Ten in TFLs. And on the other side of it, they're doing pretty well in terms of 1 fumble total, only 3 picks. And they are giving up, 12 sacks they've given up? Was that right?
They have given up, Nebraska's given up 11 sacks.
11 sacks. So I had sacks allowed 12 in 6 games, 13th in the Big Ten. But obviously it's much better. But the second half of the season is when this stuff happens, when you're going against Big Ten teams. So 29 tackles for a loss allowed, which is also 13th on a pace of 58. But last year they had 73.
Yeah.
So they've kind of started moving towards getting better. And my second half of that was the over. I talked about with you guys over 4.5 conference wins. Over 4.5 conference wins. They get to that. That's an 8-win team. So,
yeah. And that would be accurate. Yep. By the way, just comparing the havoc from this last year to this year. Last year, after 6 games, Nebraska had seen had given up 64 havoc plays against it. This year, so far through 6 games, only 52.
Okay, a little bit better.
So it's better. But the problem was last year, especially the last 5 games, Nebraska gave up by just in those 5 games 70 havoc plays.
That's what I'm talking
in
about.
Just those games. So they really struggled in the second half of the season. So if they can still maintain this average, especially given the schedule that they have, because this year's end of season schedule much tougher than last year's season schedule, pretty good. But yeah, the havoc percentage is way down. The sack rate is cut in half from last year.
For a team, way to go.
Yeah, it's a long way to go, but they are definitely trending in the right direction.
Michigan. I talked about how many players they had go to the combine. It was 18 of them. I had to miss the playoff odds were plus 140 to miss the playoffs, minus 180 to make it. I had them winning 8 or few games. I still don't think they're good. Right? I know what their record is. I still don't believe they're that good.
No.
When you watch them play, it was a USC game. When you watch them play in general, you just don't see the ability to win big games, although they beat USC. How good is USC? I still think 8 games. 8-4 is where they finish. And obviously outside of the playoff, which I was one of my predictions where they win outside the playoffs.
They're only projected 6.9 wins.
So it was plus 140 to make the playoffs. It was minus 180 to miss. Was on the 180 to miss.
So I think that's automatic because they've already lost twice, and there's at least 2 more losses left on the schedule because they have Oregon, they have Ohio State, they have Indiana.
Think about that's how they started the season.
Next week they've got in Illinois.
They were 10-1 to make the championship game. They were 10-1. That's what people thought about them. And the plus money to make the playoff, that's what people thought about them back then before the season started.
Yeah.
And then the third one, and again, could change, and it's a little different. USC's defense to be better. I talked a lot about Dan Lynn and what he could do and what he did when he coached in the Louisville game for the bowl game. Even though he wasn't an official coach, he helped out, made a huge difference in that game. Yes, they're better than they were last year. 35th in total defense. Last year, they were 119th. But the rush defense is 87th. They're giving up 5 yards a rush, 158 a game. So they're better pass defense where they were horrible last year. But still, the rush defense could be kryptonite against a team that could really go after them. And maybe it makes it a little bit easier if Nebraska get the running game going in the second half to go into Los Angeles.
That's a game I've had identified since the beginning of the season. I thought if there's a signature, if you can call it that, win on the schedule, I thought USC could be that team.
Yeah, and the big thing is they missed so many tackles last year.
Yeah.
And they've cut that way down. But they got some teams coming up on their schedule that can really run the ball. So we'll see where that goes. And then the last one that's kind of up in the air is the Wisconsin quarterback position. I talked about how Braden Locke, who's now the main guy, and Taylor Van Dyke, how bad they were in havoc allowed and explosive plays and all of that. They are sitting at 10th in passing offense, which isn't bad compared to what I thought they would be. 6 TDs and 3 interceptions. We'll see how it goes. Part of that was made up by that game against Purdue.
Yes.
Purdue made them look a lot better than they are, I think. We'll see what happens over the second half.
And then finally, the predictions that you're not feeling.
Well, I had a long shot bet of Ohio State not making the playoff at plus 425. I could see them losing a game bad early, losing at Oregon, and then maybe something crazy happens even against Michigan or something where they're 9-3, and I thought maybe they might miss it. I don't think that's going to happen now, but that was one that I thought at the time and not right.
Yeah, not counting the Oregon game this week. Their last 6 games, Penn State, 72% chance of winning. Everything else is in the mid to upper 90s.
Yeah, picking them lose a freak game, one of the ones they lose, like they've lost in the past to Purdue or an Iowa or somebody, and then losing to Penn State and losing to Oregon was the idea. But, yeah, not going to happen. Minnesota, I thought would have a huge year throwing the ball because I really like their quarterback, Max Brosner, and they're 11th in the Big Ten at 216 a game. Obviously, they won last week, but I've watched him, and he's not. That's a big step up. It's a big step up. From New Hampshire to playing Big Ten teams, it's a huge step up. Has not quite done it.
But they did get the big win last week.
They got the big win last week, which is, again, it was an example of teams traveling, going into a physical Big Ten team. You can say whatever you want about Minnesota. They're bigger than you. They're more physical than you when you're coming out of the old Pac-12. And then I had Oregon as the best offensive line, and they still do have those 2 great tackles. But in terms of havoc, they've given up 7 sacks in 5 games. They gave up, those 2 tackles last year, gave up just 2 sacks, really 1 sack and 1 tackle for loss in 900 snaps. So, and it's getting better. We'll see what happens this week. If they can protect against Ohio State, then maybe they will be what I thought they would be coming in this season. And then, as I mentioned earlier, Penn State still has to prove to me under James Franklin they can beat a team ranked either in the top 10 or a team that we think has more talent than them. Let's see. They are 1-14 and 1-9 in the last 10 versus top 25 teams. And overall, James Franklin 4-16 versus Ohio State and Michigan. Prove to me, James Franklin, that during a game when it requires a good in-game coach, that you can win a game. I say this as a longtime Penn State fan. He has yet to prove that to me.
The only problem is there's only really going to be one shot at that.
He's got one shot this year.
That's Ohio State, because USC's fallen out of the rankings. Wisconsin's not going to be in there.
Right, got one shot.
I don't know if Washington's got a chance to maybe creep into the back half of the top 25, but then you close with Purdue, Minnesota, and Maryland. So there's really not going to be any opportunities.
It's going to happen once they make the college ball playoff.
See, I think Penn State could be a really unique test, depending on what happens elsewhere in the country, for name programs, good record.
11-1.
Let's say they're.
You can make them 11-1.
I mean, they'll be 11-1, but let's say they lose this game to SC.
Okay, 10-2. Okay,
and they're 10-2. They could be left out of the playoff at 10-2 because they would not have a great win on their resume. I mean, their best win right now is West Virginia.
Yeah, the opening game.
But if the other power rankings kind of hold serve, that would be their best win of the season. Plus, they would have at least, I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of their games would be against teams 70th or worse in the power rankings. So Penn State could be one of those teams that finishes 10-2, doesn't get in. Again, it would depend on what happens around them.
Right. I don't think a name program like Penn State doesn't get in at 10-2. But
Probably
you
not.
never know. Depends what everybody else does.
Or what if it came down to a 10-2 Penn State versus a 10-2 Indiana?
Indiana? Ooh. How did they both play against Ohio State? How did they both play against Ohio State? Might be the judgment. I do have one bet still out there. I had Will Rogers, who I mentioned coming in back when we did this, that he was second all-time SEC passing leader, career. I had him to lead the Big Ten in passing. He's actually number 2 behind the Ohio transfer in Curtis Rourke. It's 1772 to 1625.
Okay.
So it's close. But Will Rogers currently second behind. I did not have Curtis Rourke on my list as being.
I don't think a lot of people had
great
Curtis
job
Rourke.
by Indiana. I liked him. I thought he was great at Ohio. He won a bunch of big games. But,
Well, we'll talk a lot more about Curtis Rourke next week because he will be the man in the crosshairs. So when Michael did his predictions, I had some historic trends. So we're just curious to see how many of these might end up happening. As we mentioned about in Illinois, this was 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Illinois' 18 wins over the last 3 years is the best run by the Illini since Ron Turner's early teams in the 2000s.
Yeah.
Right now, Illinois is in a spot where they're probably going to be bowl eligible. They've won 4. They still got very winnable games, including next week. Is it next week or this week against Purdue? I think it's next week.
Next week, yeah.
Against Purdue. Still have Michigan State, still have Rutgers, still have Northwestern. So Illinois could be on a nice little run here where they make yet another bowl game.
I think Purdue's like a 28-point favorite this week, I think. Dog this week. It's like 28 or 27.
That would not be a surprise. Indiana is the first team to be bowl eligible in the Big Ten. And as we pointed out back in August, they have the 3rd fewest bowl appearances.
That's crazy.
Of any Power 5 program. Only Vanderbilt and Rutgers have fewer. Now, Rutgers will probably bump their total up to 12 this year, but Indiana has qualified for their 14th bowl. And if you missed it earlier, we were talking earlier in the show, they have sold out the game in Lincoln. And there's the opportunity, if Nebraska sneaks into the poll, where it could be the first ranked-on-ranked game in Memorial Stadium in Bloomington since 1993.
Purdue in Illinois is this week.
Okay.
And all the talk is about last year when Purdue beat them and how Ryan Walters talked mess to his old boss. Yeah, the line is 22.5.
The trend we had on Iowa is that the Hawkeyes have only at one other time had back-to-back 10-win seasons, and that was the stretch where they had 3 straight 10-win seasons. In the last 4 times Iowa in the last 20 years has gone for back-to-back 10-win years, they've averaged only 7.5 wins. Well, so far, Iowa sitting at 3-2.
Yeah.
Depending on what happens against Washington. 10 wins. Right now, they only have an 8% chance of 10 wins in the regular season. Now, if you count a bowl game, there's an outside chance, but I don't know if Iowa gets to 10 this year.
Action Network charts all the coaches' numbers, and there's no coach in the Big Ten, or really in the country, better with his team coming off of a loss
than Ferentz
back at home. Yeah, so that's why I'm picking Iowa this week, because he's 80%, something like that, straight up after a loss back at home.
The trend that we had on the Maryland Terps, as I dial up Maryland here, where is Maryland? There, no. Still looking. Maryland, who right now is 3-2. The trend we had on Maryland was that if they've had 3 straight winning seasons.
Yep.
No coach since Bobby Ross has had 4 straight winning seasons.
Wow.
For Maryland. Well, Maryland again sitting at 3-2, but they are projected right now to go 6-6, and even 6-6 according to K Ford. They still got Northwestern, SC, and Minnesota before Idle. They're off this week. Then they've got Oregon, Rutgers, Iowa, and Penn State. So
they could win 4 of those.
They could.
3 feels right.
They could.
3-3. How many are home, you said?
Northwestern and SC, Rutgers, and Iowa are home.
Okay.
Minnesota, Oregon, and Penn State are road.
Yeah, they go 3-3. Right? They do have talent. They are loaded.
Yeah.
And they probably, listen, no one's played Indiana as well as Maryland did, and Maryland had every opportunity. They just had a couple things bounce against them, or that game is 28-28, 35-35, opposed to what happened was they didn't score. Indiana scores all of a sudden a 2-score game.
Right.
Yeah, that game was right in front of me when we were watching when we were in Sioux City.
Kind of backing off of your prediction about Michigan, but Michigan this year was trying to win 10 games in a row for the 4th straight year. And despite the fact that they are the winningest college program in history, the Wolverines haven't had 4 straight 10-win seasons since 1974.
Oh, wow. 50 years ago.
And so going off of what you said, I think winning 10 is going to be extremely difficult. It would almost have to take a bowl win to get there. They have to win 9 in the regular, which we think is going to be tough, and win a bowl game. Sparty has suffered 3 or more straight losing conference seasons 4 different times. Sparty's probably staring at another losing conference season.
Yeah, they're off this week, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and they get Iowa, Michigan, Indiana, Illinois. Wow, that's 3 or 4 ranked teams, and then finish with Purdue and Rutgers.
And they're currently sitting at 1-2 in the Big Ten.
Yeah, that could be tough.
So yeah, I think Michigan State's probably staring at another losing season. The Gophers, Minnesota. Despite making a bowl last year, they still finished 6-7 because they lost that bowl game. They are trying to avoid back-to-back losing seasons for the first time since 2010 and 2011. This is the longest stretch by a Minnesota team without back-to-back losing seasons since they went 30 years without back-to-back losing seasons from 1922 to 1951.
One of the greatest runs in college football history.
The Gophers, thanks to that win they got against USC last week, so they're currently sitting at 1-2 in conference play, but they're still basically projected to be a 6-6 team. Problem is, of their last 6 games, 4 are on the road. Now, they have UCLA this week that you already mentioned, but then they go to Illinois, to Rutgers, and to Wisconsin.
Yeah.
And their home games are Maryland and Penn State. So Row the Boat has work to do if they're going to avoid that losing
They
season.
have not quit. Just so you know.
No,
they have not quit.
They have not quit, and they've got the antidote. It's called Sprite. Nebraska, currently on a streak of 7 straight losing seasons, longest such stretch since the 40s. They're going to break that.
Oh, yeah.
Just need 2 more wins.
Who said that last year?
Yeah, I know.
We all did. Yeah.
Ohio State has only suffered multiple Big Ten regular season losses in the same year once since 2004. This week, obviously, a golden opportunity.
Yeah.
Penn State in a few weeks, another opportunity.
Right.
But I don't think Ohio State's losing 2 in the conference.
You think if they go to the Big Ten championship game and they lose whoever they lose to Oregon again, kind of like Washington beat Oregon twice last year, if that would knock them out of going to the playoff? Is it possible? Is that possible, John?
If they lose twice, but to the same team?
So they lose to Oregon and Penn State.
Okay.
And they're sitting there with 2 losses, and they got to play Oregon again, and they lose to Oregon a second time, like Oregon lost to Washington last year twice. Could they be out?
I'll say yes, they could be out. I don't know if they will.
Trying to cash plus 425.
I don't know if they will, but it could happen.
Yeah. Okay.
Penn State. Penn State's trying to be 10 wins or more in 3 straight years. It's only happened one other time.
Yeah, I remember that.
And that was the early 70s. Actually twice, 80 to 82 and then 71 to 74.
Yeah.
Penn State, we knew coming in they had an easy schedule.
Yep.
They're going to be fine.
It's the second most important day in Big Ten every year. It's when the schedules come out.
Yeah.
It's when the schedules come out.
Purdue has only one 10-win season in their school history, but they have 3 10-loss seasons in program history, and they've all happened since 1993. 2 of them have happened since 2013. Make it another one. They're definitely going to lose 10 this year.
Yeah. Yep.
Definitely going to lose 10. The Scarlet Knights have yet to have a winning season in Big Ten play. Could this be the year? So we take a look at Rutgers right now, and they are currently sitting 1-1 in conference play. They lost to Nebraska. They beat Washington.
I think they win this week against Wisconsin, for me. I think they beat UCLA.
There's 2.
And they go to USC and lose. That Minnesota game is going to be a grind. That could be 6-3. Easily 6-3. Easily. Maybe go to Maryland and win, maybe, because that's a great rivalry up there. They do not like each other. And then you finish with Illinois and Michigan State. Oh, that's going to be close.
So you're looking for 4 wins here.
Yeah, it's going to be close.
4 wins. I see 4 out of this.
It could be 4.
I see 4. I think they can do it.
Especially if they win this week. If they win this week, they're getting 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
UCLA, since Terry Donahue became the Bruins head coach in 76, only one other first-year Bruin head coach had a winning season in his first year in Westwood, and that was Jim Mora Jr. It ain't going to be duplicated this year.
I don't believe, and I said this back in August, I don't think you can be a first-time head coach and not have any other former head coaches on your staff.
Yeah.
You have to have a voice there, at least one voice that can talk to you about how to get through something, and you have to be a head coach to do that.
And then the final trend we'll look at is Wisconsin. And Wisconsin, the 2020s right now are trending as the worst decade of Wisconsin football since the start of the Barry Alvarez era. They're only winning at a 587 clip. Well, of course, this year they are sitting at 3-2, and they have 3 of the next 4 on the road, starting with Rutgers this week, then at Northwestern, host Penn State, then go to Iowa. Oh, and it doesn't get any easier because even after the idle week, they host Oregon, then they come here to Lincoln before finishing up in the Paul Bunyan game against Minnesota. Right now, K Ford's got them as a 6-6 team. I think if Wisconsin finishes 6-6, that'll seem like a win.
Here's what you
I know it won't feel like a win up there, but it'll seem like a win to the rest of us.
This is what you need to have. You need to have at least 4 out of 5 of the worst teams on your schedule and have less than 2 of your top 5 teams on your schedule. That's how you have winning seasons in the Big Ten going forward. If you're not Ohio State, Penn State, maybe Michigan, Oregon, if you're those bottom 12 teams, maybe 11 teams, you need to have an advantage scheduling-wise.
Yeah. All right, so there's a look at some predictions, some trends, and we'll see how it all finishes out. We're halfway there, at least from a Nebraska perspective. Got more to come. Our predictions are coming up and more. One Beer Friday presented by Cross Strain Brewing right here in the Metro. Cross Strain, thank you very much. Send those pics of what you're drinking. Use the hashtag One Beer Friday. Nick will sneak into your DMs and pick a winner at random for a $25 gift card to Cross Strain from 1620 The Zone. Got predictions coming up in just a little bit. Want to remind you, no big red overreaction this week.
And
no severe reaction this week because Michael's going to be too busy resting from his day of resting watching football.
I'm going to be exhausted by Saturday night watching all those games. It's going to be exhausting. I love it.
How many TVs will you have?
So I have the 2 TVs, the 4-box on one, and usually just one on the other one, but I'll probably put a split screen on that one because you can do that with the wonderful YouTube TV.
Are you going to have your phone on any?
Bring up my phone. I usually just follow along with Twitter on my phone.
You don't want like one TV dedicated to a game?
That's what I said.
Ohio State
Sometimes
game?
the left TV is that way.
Okay.
But it depends. Sometimes I'll put 2 on that one because it's big enough so I can see both of them.
Okay.
I'm fine. I like to be able to watch as many games. I miss the old bounce around station. Remember that station?
Yeah.
Right? They don't do that anymore on ESPN. They do it on the radio still, but you don't do it on TV. I miss that. I like having that where it just bounces to whatever game is going on. And Schick used to be a part of that too.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I miss that.
Ross writes into the Equitable Bank inbox, love having Michael on the show because he will delve into the draft. And Michael was breaking out into hives because we haven't mentioned anything about the draft here in the last 3.5 hours. So
far away.
I will ask Ross's question. Ask him if he watches Oregon and Ohio State from a draft perspective, how many future NFL players will be suited up. Dane Brugler said 25 to 30 draft picks in 2025 combined from both teams.
Yeah, that's how I got into watching college football, really. I mean, I followed it a little bit, but I always tell the story. 1986 draft comes along, and all of a sudden the Saints are getting better, and I'm like, this is because of this draft class. Wow, the draft matters. I need to start watching more college football for that particular thing. And yeah, I always, when I watch games, that's my first thought. Like, is this guy a junior? Is this guy draft eligible? Where could he be? Yeah, I could see that easily. Anytime now you have top 5 teams, that's just a given. You know, Georgia had the year where they had 6 first-rounders, and Michigan last year, like I mentioned, had 16 guys go in the draft. That's just the way it is now. If you got top 5 teams, you're going to have a ton of draft picks. And now, the weirdest year ever, you've got 6-year guys, you've got the 5-year guy, and you have the 4-year guy, plus the 3-year guy who's coming earlier. We had Jeremiah Searles on Big Red Wrap-Up. He said he believes the draft pool is about 1,800 for the 256 spots. Huge year for draft eligible and people in the draft.
Which is probably going to bode well for some of those teams because we still have another year of COVID year left. So if you've got a 3rd-year guy.
I think if that guy's still around, he's not good enough to necessarily go to the league.
Right.
I think.
Okay.
If you're still around from that.
But we still have another year, at least another year of that, right? Where the 3rd-year guys or the 4th-year guys could still use that year.
Right.
So what I'm saying is if you have a pool that large,
that's what you're saying.
You may see a lot more of those guys say, well, you know what? It's too crowded this year. I'll wait till next year.
Certainly possible. Certainly possible.
Can't wait for COVID eligibility to be done.
It does make the math hard.
And everybody else.
It makes the math really hard.
Everybody else.
Yeah. Right.
Kevin wants to know, since Michael's an Army guy, can Army do it? Now, for those who don't know,
back-to-back weeks, baby.
Army and Navy are undefeated right now. They are atop the AAC.
Don't forget about the other branches, though, John.
Forever, because
46.
Army's never been in a conference.
I think it's 46 the last time that both of them were undefeated after 5 games.
Oh, this deep in the season?
Yeah,
I believe that.
Wow, that was a good couple of years for the Army.
Well, they dominated the 40s, man.
Yeah, World War II was a good
guys were coming back at like 30 and they're playing.
Yeah.
So they had World War II.
Here's how it would work. The Army-Navy game is still scheduled for the week after the college football playoff selection. But if Army and Navy are at the top of the AAC standings, they would play for the conference title the week before when everyone else holds their conference championship games. So there is a chance you could get Army-Navy for the conference title on one Saturday and then the traditional Army-Navy game on the second Saturday. And depending on what happens, and both schools still have Notre Dame left.
Yeah.
It could be that first game for a playoff spot.
By the way, that first game, they've ruled this, will not be part of the Commander's Trophy. It'll still be the traditional game that counts towards the Commander's Trophy.
And the AAC, it's always the team gets home field advantage. It's not a neutral site game. So it could be a chance we have an Army-Navy game on campus.
That would be awesome. Mikey? Oh, at Mickey?
At Mickey Stadium?
That'd be amazing. That's the prettiest stadium I've ever been to.
Do you
in the mountain?
Do you pay attention to Army football?
Oh yeah, constantly.
Yeah. Okay,
Hey,
I wasn't sure.
Go Army, beat Navy, baby. I talk about it all the time.
I knew you were in the Army, but I didn't
talked
know.
about it Sunday morning, and a guy called to tell me, "Sir, I have a talk about beat Navy."
I got a problem. I heard that.
Yeah,
I heard that.
No, I
wasn't
follow
sure
them.
how deep the connection was.
I follow even when they're bad. I follow them.
Do you have a favorite alternate of theirs? I like the one. From
I think the Green Beret one they did for the game about 8 or 9 years ago was one of the coolest looking helmets I've ever seen. It was so cool looking. I think they're all, I mean, everything they do, those two teams, I admire so much. I love watching them. Those kids, they're going to be in their job when they're done is to go defend us, defend freedom. You can say whatever you want about that. But right now, they're playing football. They're spending 16 hours a day as midshipmen, as cadets. But for 3 hours on Saturday, they're football players. It's awesome. I get chills thinking about it. I just love the tradition of it.
That is a bucket list game for me. I want to go to an Army.
I went to one in Philly.
Okay.
I've never been to one in Baltimore, but I went one in Philly. I'm with you. I would like to go back to another one.
I think I love the game. It's always been one of my favorites, even as a little kid when I didn't care who won.
Pull up a picture of the stadium and put fall in the picture. It's Mikey Stadium.
It's MICHE, I believe, stadium.
Yeah, either way. And put fall after it because you'll get a shot of it.
Wow, that is
beautiful. Beautiful. And that's where Army plays their home games.
Yeah. I like Navy, but that's just because my dad's a boat guy.
That's cool.
And I like Navy's uniforms.
That's cool. Every other day of the year, I'm like, go Navy, but not when they play Army.
The Army doesn't have NASA uniforms.
We do not, thank God, we'd have NASA uniforms. Do we have Space Force uniforms? No.
No, they do not have space uniforms.
Space Force.
That's a beautiful stadium.
It is gorgeous.
Yeah,
that and Appalachian States are two probably the prettiest views that you get. Yeah, but it's really pretty.
Go Army, beat Navy.
There you go.
Do you have a take if they both finish? What's that scenario where
we
they
were just talking about? So they'll play in the AAC title game,
Right.
and then
depending on what happens, that game could be for a playoff spot.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
If they were still both undefeated, they both have Notre Dame left on the schedule. All of a sudden, if you're Notre Dame, you're like, hey, we're back in this thing.
Yeah, you are.
Because Army and Navy are going to help their strength of schedule.
Yeah. And they're both dynamic offenses. You know, forever. It's
Army's actually passing the ball.
I believe they're
never happened.
1-3 or 2-4 in rush offense still.
Yeah.
But also you have passing offense in it that you haven't seen before. On the other hand, Air Force is brutal. This year. They are horrible, but the other two are really fun to watch.
I wonder what it is that's made both of those teams suddenly good.
And by the way, only one of them allows, and I can't remember which one, allows transfer portal guys.
Okay.
Only one does. And I believe only one of them, no, take it back. Neither one of them allowed transfer portal guys. Only one of them allowed the extra year for COVID.
Okay.
The other one said no to it.
Yeah,
I think it's Army. I
can't remember.
One of the two did, and it's kind of a contention between the two of them. Like, oh, you gave the extra year to people. So
do we know why it suddenly turned around as much as it has? Or
well, they've been getting better.
Yeah.
Navy's been consistently
and Navy
good.
when they had Reynolds as their quarterback, remember they won. I think they went 9-2.
Yeah.
I mean, they were a really good team, and they beat Army 10 years in a row.
It was
a lot of years in a row.
11 or 12
and one
years in a
year,
row.
Steelhouse fumbles down. Their quarterback fumbles down by the goal line, and then they showed him crying on the bench for like 15 minutes. I was like, cut away from this. Stop. Please stop. It was brutal to watch. I always put my Christmas lights up that day. Put them up in the morning, and then I watch Army Navy. That's always been my tradition. Well,
a nice tradition.
Since we've been living in this house since 2005.
Coming up next, predictions. We're going to take a look at the games of the week, which of course includes baseball.
Woo! I wrote down, I have no idea.
16-20 the zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over, bet the over. Wolverines in the over, bet the over.
Time for predictions. Last week, it was a good week for yours truly.
Of
as
course.
I've taken the lead back as rightfully
you dominate.
So. And, I told you last week, I told the guys, I said, it's good to see you guys are actually, worthy of my competition. So I decided to untie my brain from behind my back and try.
All right. So you're only using one hemisphere. Yeah, I got it.
Something like
Brain
that.
boy.
I'm using one hemisphere against you guys, and it's my left one.
But it's still very close. I mean, I've got 1 point advantage over Josh and a 3-point advantage over Nick, who is still enjoying the advantage of picking 6 different upsets
You're
this
welcome.
year, or getting 6 points on upsets this year.
I'll tell you,
in our upset pick of the week.
It is incredibly admirable of what his score is. You're talking about somebody who, 3 years ago, knew nothing about this? Said something about you? And Josh, I think.
I don't see you living on no big house on no big side of the hill.
We live on a hill.
Yeah, but it's not the biggest house
really,
on the
it really
it's not
sucks.
the biggest house on the biggest
living on
side
a hill
of the
sucks.
Yeah.
For everything. Sliding down the damn driveway when it's frozen.
But it is good if there's ever a flood.
We're up there.
That everyone else is going
if
down
our house
before you are.
floods, Noah's going by.
Yeah.
Look at that. 51 and 56.
That's incredible.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
I've won a couple of these.
We'll start with baseball tonight. History is going to be made because for the first time ever in postseason action, you will have 2 Japanese-born pitchers as starters. Darvish for the Padres and Yamamoto for the Dodgers.
You
Darvish.
You still pitching?
You still pitching.
Oh, my goodness. You've been around for a while.
You have been around for a while.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I'm 55.
You've been around for a long time.
Yeah.
Josh made his picks earlier today. He is taking the Dodgers. I'm going with the Padres.
I famously won a Dodgers-Yankees World Series. I think that would be incredible.
You
I
are
know it's the corporate World Series, but I think it would be great.
1978, 1980.
81.
But with Juan Soto, Aaron Judge,
Sure.
and then Shohei and Freddie Freeman alone.
Don't forget 88 when they vanquished your beloved Mets.
I do remember the Dodgers. That's a Bulldog.
That was
Hershiser pitched felt like every damn game.
It did.
88 was a better team than 86. Who is the better team for the Mets to play?
I don't think it matters for the Mets. I think the Mets are playing so well right now, they don't care.
The Mets have just been kind of vibing their way through it and winning.
Okay, I will go with San Diego only because it means a whale's vagina. Give me San Diego.
ALDS, and this game will be starting tomorrow at 1:00. It will definitely be on one of Michael's TVs.
No, it will not.
The Tigers and the Guardians. Josh is going with Cleveland. I'm taking Detroit.
I like the scrappiness of Detroit. Give me Detroit.
I didn't know they picked the Guardians until someone told me about a week ago. I thought they were the Spiders. Damon told me they picked the Guardians.
No, they picked the Guardians.
I thought it'd be the Spiders. Guardians are a stupid name. I'll go Tigers.
If we can't get Dodgers-Yankees, I would be more than happy with Tigers-Mets.
Really, I can't believe the Tigers are even good. I saw Baltimore was in the playoffs. How'd that happen?
They've been doing the same thing the Mets have been doing, where they've just kind of been good.
Well, I like their hat.
Lately.
Washington and Iowa, big noon kickoff.
Let's go.
Washington plus 2.5 at Iowa. Josh is taking Iowa. I'm taking Iowa.
I am taking Iowa. As I mentioned, Kurt Ferentz, 80% against the spread at home, off a loss. Washington in a letdown spot, and they have to travel.
Nick, you could finally gain a point here if you just win against your home state.
I could, but I won't. Welcome to the Big Ten, Washington.
We'll see how you do.
You're about to play the most Big Ten team that exists.
That's pretty true.
Yeah, it is pretty true.
Mm-hmm.
Wisconsin and Rutgers, a former Nebraska opponent versus a future Nebraska opponent. The Badgers are plus 1.5 at the Rutgers. Give me the Scarlet Knights to bounce back.
They're not called this, but the New Jersey Institution of Technology. I'm going with Rutgers, minus the 1.5. Low scoring, ugly, slugfest.
It feels like Rutgers is the decision here.
Rutgers.
Ooh,
Pure love Rucker.
Another clean sweep. Rutgers is the choice of
Go the
Josh
opposite way
as well. Texas, 14.5 point favorite against Oklahoma in the Cotton Bowl, the Red River Shootout. Nick?
I think Texas wins, but I think Oklahoma covers.
That's what the trend says. The trend says take the dog in this.
I am going with Texas minus the 14.5. OU missing all those wide receivers. Ewers is back, and if they have the chance to run it up and say they get up big, then they bring in Arch Manning, who's also trying to prove something, and they blow out Oklahoma.
Josh and I both agree. We'll take Texas as well. Penn State goes on the road, the infamous 2 time zones, to USC, 2:30 on CBS.
We are.
Nice.
Michael's obviously going to go with Penn State.
Penn State minus 3.5. Because I'm a homer. But like I said, you have the 1 and 8, 2 time zones, plus biggest havoc mismatch this week. Penn State average 5 havoc caused, havoc allowed. USC 71st.
Josh likes Penn State.
After the LSU game, I've been pretty high on USC, so give me USC.
Oh, I thought I was going to lone wolf this.
I'm Trojan Pill.
Fight on. Fight on.
I'm going to go with USC on this one.
All right. That's cool.
The big matchup in prime time. It's Ohio State, 3.5-point favorites at Oregon.
Yeah.
I think Ohio State with that running game, they're going to grind on them a little bit. I think they can get some pressure on Dylan Gabriel. I'm going with the Buckeyes to cover the 3.5. I think they win by 7 to 9 points.
I think that Ohio State is the better team, but I think Oregon is going to cover.
I like the under 54.5.
Okay.
Ducks plus 3.5. As I mentioned, Oregon's offensive line's gotten much better. They are tested, playing against Boise and Oregon State. Don't forget about that. I think the Ducks cover. I don't know if they win outright, but I think they cover. My concern is the havoc allowed by Oregon. If they've got everything fixed, it's fine. But if it goes back to what they did against those 2 teams I mentioned in Boise or even Oregon State, then they could be in trouble.
I guess I'll be the lone wolf then, as Josh is taking Oregon. I'll take Ohio State. Ole Miss minus 3.5 at LSU. I don't want to pick LSU because I don't want to pick Brian Kelly because I don't.
Gumbo.
I mean, you're talking about
one of the greatest coaches of all time.
He hates gumbo.
Try this: 3 Coach of the Year awards. Not a lot of guys ever do that.
How many Coach of the Year awards do you have, John?
Yeah, John.
All I know is
3 times.
If I go down to Louisiana, I'm not going to pretend to be one of them.
He was trying to be
I'm
fun.
just going to be myself.
He was doing some fun.
But I will take
Fun.
LSU because they are playing in the Tigers' den, and that is a tough place to play. Give me LSU.
Yeah, plus 3.5. I got LSU as well. I mentioned this earlier, 7 straight game for Ole Miss. It's hard these days to do that.
Yeah,
it's also the number 1 havoc cause team versus the number 2 in the country havoc allowed. It's also, you guys don't know this, maybe. It's one of the best rivalries in all the South. These are 2 teams that played for national championships 3 consecutive years. Now, I was in the late 50s going into the 60s. 2 fan bases hate each other.
This is the Billy Cannon game.
Exactly. 2 teams hate each other. It's going to be fun.
Give me Ole Miss.
Okay.
Why not?
Taking the lane train.
Yeah.
Late night football in Boulder, Kansas State minus 3.5 at Colorado. Josh wants K-State. I'm going to pick Prime. I'm going to take Colorado to win this one.
I got Colorado plus 3.5. Here's the thing. If K-State can't run the ball and they're forced to throw the ball,
big trouble.
Colorado's strength on defense is their pass defense, and I don't trust them. Kansas State to be able to throw the ball. I think explosives is going to be a huge part of this game. Colorado makes more of the explosives, and the biggest thing is stops. 10th best defense right now, Colorado in stops. That's making the other team have a bad drive. They're doing very well. You look what happened at UCF. They also ran the ball, Colorado did. It's a new team.
I think that Colorado is going to make a bowl game this year, and I think that this game is going to be on their path to it.
Josh is going to lone wolf the Wildcats.
Okay, I understand that.
I do too, but I think Colorado's got something here. NFL, Cardinals are plus 5 at the Packers. I don't like doing this, but I think Arizona plays this one close. They could actually get the upset in this one. I'm going to go Cardinals.
I got crazy stats for you. So teams coming off a road game, going on the road to Lambeau Worst ATS of any road trip.
No kidding.
Any road trip. And
well, then I'll pick them just to jinx them.
Teams coming off of playing the Niners are 11-27 straight up the last 3 seasons.
All I need him is to cover the 5.
I'm taking Green Bay minus the 5.
I'm
crazy
gonna
stats.
Continue doing what I've been doing, which has been working kinda, where the new Call of Duty game still has a couple weeks before it comes out.
That is true.
So
Kyler
give
Murray.
me the Cardinals.
Yep.
The Michael Severe game of the week. The New Orleans Saints are hosting the Bucs, but the Bucs are the favorite in the Dome. I know who you're picking, Michael, and not because you're picking favorites, but you quoted it earlier.
Saints money line. I like Rattler running around behind that bad offensive line. I love this stat, though. Backup quarterback stat. First start of the season. 7-4 ATS. And for the Saints, since 2013, 16-9 against the spread for a backup quarterback coming in to make a start.
Those are all great numbers.
I know.
They're wonderful numbers.
I understand.
But you know who the Saints don't have? Former Rams legend Baker Mayfield.
They do not have him.
Give me the Bucs.
Okay.
Josh will take the Bucs.
I will also take the Bucs.
Okay.
All right.
Wolfen.
All right. The Commanders at the Ravens. Good game in the noon window on CBS. Commanders plus 6.5 against Balmer. Josh is going to go with the Ravens. I'm going to take the Commanders. I think they keep this close.
I said this to you earlier. Lamar Jackson, 21-1 straight up versus NFC teams.
Insane.
But only 11-11 ATS. And Lamar, 7-18 ATS when favored by more than 3 points. Give me the Commies plus 6.5.
All right.
As much as I love the Commanders and what they're doing this season, I still think that the Ravens have a slight edge. So give me the Ravens.
Okay.
All right.
I think they win
Ravens
it, but I don't think they cover.
Broncos Chargers late
Gross.
window on
Ew.
on CBS. Chargers -3 at Denver. Josh is going with the Chargers. I like that Bronco defense. Bronco Mania is back, and so is the Orange Crush. Give me Denver.
I'm gonna take
Go Chargers, go.
the Chargers.
I mentioned this to you. Sean Payton coached teams 56-36-2 against the spread. That's 61% winning percentage when he is an underdog in his career. And since 2019,
But he's not an underdog. He's a favorite.
Hold on. Since 2019, his teams are 5-1 straight up, facing a team that's been on rest.
Oh, that's right. He is the underdog. Never mind.
There you go. You're okay. Don't worry about it.
You're taking Denver?
I am taking, yes, plus the 3.
I mean, I hate to pick Sean Payton, who still is an idiot who wears a visor, but hey, whatever.
I wore a visor all the way playing tennis.
Lions, Cowboys.
Yep.
John, do you know who Sabrina Carpenter is?
Of course.
No.
So she's an artist. She's a musical artist.
Like a painter?
She's very famous singer.
She's a very famous singer.
Very
She's so famous, I know her.
She's really famous.
So
Okay.
what I'm getting at is she's on tour right now.
Yeah.
She wore a Phillies jersey.
Yeah.
They got taken out.
Yeah.
She wore a Maple Leafs jersey.
Yeah.
They lost on their opener.
Yeah.
She was seen wearing a Cowboys sweater, John. Give me the Lions.
Every single trend, every single stat, whether it's a Dak stat, a Dallas stat, a Lion stat, or a Lion coaching stat, every one of them tells you to pick Detroit and the under. Last 2 seasons, totals of 50 plus are 16-4 to the under. 16-4. I like the under, and give me Dallas money line.
You're lone wolfing.
Dallas wins at home.
Maga's
money
team.
line. Money line.
I'm taking Detroit. Upset of the week, any game 7.5 points or greater. Who do you like? Josh is going with Appalachian State.
Oh, I didn't know I needed to do that.
Plus 10.5. I forgot to include that, but
I have lots of picks.
You got a lot of picks. Anything you like that's plus 7.5?
I can grab one. Plus 7.5. Let me go.
I'm going with a Northwestern tonight plus 11.5.
Ooh, really?
Against Maryland.
Okay. I got 7. Oh yeah. Buffalo plus 9.5. Buffalo to win outright. There you go.
You know what? I'm going to take Virginia plus 7.5 over Louisville. Louisville.
There again, there's predictions. We'll take a quick break, come back, wrap up the show next. 16-20 in the zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
I'm not sure what we're having to eat as long as it's not Kentucky Fried Chicken. I'm done. I'm out.
That is so funny.
You've disappointed me too many times.
Yeah, we have so much food at the house, either prepared or ready to be prepared, that I have ready for this weekend. So I believe we are going to that place right there, Popeyes.
Nice.
Yes, because I have food ready to go. I'm making potato soup. I'm making
Why don't you
roast.
just do that now and eat that instead of eating at Popeyes? Because that food will be done before you get served at
that
Popeyes.
stuff takes a while to put together. I got to grill the chicken. I can get this.
You'll die
by the time
before that's done.
By the time I get there, my order will be ready, and I will grab it and walk out.
Good news is severe reaction is still another 8 days away, 9 days away, so he might be available.
Pickup. It'll be done when I get there. I could walk there or drive there.
The biggest lie ever told was my Popeyes app that said we'll be done on time.
It's the truth in the world.
Sorry, Nick. What were you having?
Leftovers. We had chicken and baked potatoes last night. I'm going to have that again tonight. I'm working late, so I brought it here.
Oh, nice. Good call.
Good idea.
Nice.
Thanks again. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. It was fun.
And we'll see you on Monday. Have a great weekend, and don't be crazy, folks.
Goodbye, everybody.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, nothing major as far as wrecks go. We're still seeing reports of delays on eastbound I-80 between 680 and 72nd. If you're west on I-80, delays go from 84th to about Q Street. Delays on southbound 204th from Pacific to Q Street. On westbound Dodge, delays from 108th to 120th. And then it looks like road work causing delays for east and westbound Dodge between 45th and 50th. I'm Mike Neville.
KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.